All right, welcome back, folks. Day 35, as per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Today is another Wednesday. So Wednesdays are half days. We'll jump right in with our total recall. We completed Unit 2, which so far was easily one of my favorite units. It's a long time coming, but has some very frequently used phrases that are great in the present tense. So let's recall, and to make it quicker, I'm probably going to say the kana, but write in English this time. So let's do some vocab stuff. We have Chugoku, right? Chugoku, Goku, Kankoku, right? Betonamu. That's coming out of my mind a little bit quicker now. Betonamu. Obviously with Chugoku, Kangoku, and Betonamu, we have the returning ones and being able to express like Nisundemasu, Shushin, right? Shushin desu. What are the contexts? We have Honto desu ka, right? More of a interjection or a reflexive interjection. Honto desu ka? Which lines up with the idea of being able to say watashi mo, a useful phrase like I also, right? And then that leads into personal expressions like suki desu, or I suppose ga suki desu, with the ga particle. This leads to all sorts of little hobbies and whatnot, especially lots and lots of modifiers. So using the no particle to create modifiers, right? Courtesy of no. Things like Japanese, American, Chinese, Korean, no modifiers. For those things as well. So things like fantaji, right? Hora, renai, comedy, mystery, yeah, mystery. Ooh, sorry. It recently rained. Allergies are making the back of my throat kinda got quite a bit of drainage. Sorry for the descriptors. And this is coupled with returning words like gameu, yega, or eiga, sorry, eiga. I guess terebi, things like that. On, I guess I didn't see integrations of things like Newsu. Although we do have Shinbun, of course, newspaper. Shinbun. Radio didn't come up that much, but it did come up once yesterday. Radio. Then we have returning stuff like sports, right? Tennis, soccer, yaku, yaku. Oh, the one that was introduced. I'm pretty sure it was last unit. Basketball. 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 Wait, no. Basketball. It's basketball. Volleyball. Basketball. Yeah. Other routines. I think it was in the last unit. We had asobimasu, hang, and then dekakimasu, going out. Yeah, frequencies, right? Frequencies like raishu, maishu. Oh no. I'm thinking of one. I don't remember the first kana though. It'll come up. Always. That didn't help. Always. What other frequency words we got? The other ones are repeats, like Mayasa, Maiban, Mainichi. And then we have the reflexive thing where you say a person's name, sanwa, that phrasing. Bachoto was thrown in there. Lots of stuff. Kanojo, right? Kanojo. Kareshi. There is a lot in the last unit. Quite a substantial amount of stuff. Oh, some that I may forget. Okimasu and neimasu. Right, get up, sleep. Oh, shower, oh, abimasu, right? Our special one. Yeah, that's just to remind us a few of the many things. I checked with the whole quest, like quest leader profile, whatever. We've caressed 460 words, and then I will probably throw in another 160 that I know from outside of Duo. So we're getting close to slowly moving up to the 1,000 word mark. But generally, this is a lot of vocabulary, and I mean, I earnestly feel like it's hard to believe that you can make most of these things salient and still be slow about it. When it comes to this idea of slow, I must just not be that remarkably intelligent, I suppose, when it comes to brute force memorization. But this is, generally speaking, when it comes to like abstractions, perhaps people are very efficient at making associations or whatnot. But the rule often is, for myself, when you're going beyond 7 elements, committing them to memory can be tough if it's the farther the distance is. And Japanese, from English to Japanese, it can be quite a big distance. So I do feel like those people who believe this stuff is slow, being able to maybe recall it 5 or 6 times, in my opinion, they probably have a lower threshold for what's considered hard encoding. For me, even after 3 days on this unit, I think it was 4 days for unit 2, because these units are getting longer. However, I've been quite distracted with discussions that are coloring all these learning lessons that allow me to form stronger associations with these words. So a lot of these words actually carry quite a lot of weight. Like, for example, the G counter spent quite some time. Now I'm very relaxed in saying G, right? Things like that take a while. Take far longer than I would suspect someone who feels comfortable saying, oh, I complete the unit and therefore I remember the stuff. I would reckon, humbly so, that even the people who say things are slow and they complete a unit, they probably only retain like 20 to 30% of the vocabulary. This is quite a list. And for me, I was properly engaged in some of the techniques to remember all of this. And this is not even what I'm seeing in my head. It takes me quite some time to write all the kana version of these. So I'm using English and I'm speaking the kana as a compensation for writing the kana and translating it to English. Those are very different techniques. And being able to do all of them is not what I think people are referring to when they say Duo is slow. They are probably doing 30% of the actual techniques that personally I would feel confident to say I'm competent, right? Be able to visualize the kana first, convert it to Romaji, do the translation, vice versa, and start at any point and go left and right, up and down, right? Also speak orally, compose them in a structure, visualize them in a structure format, like in a sentence, where you can use them in a structured sentence. All of these, I almost argue Duo can expand and slow it down even more. I actually feel those who really come to the conclusion of Duo being slow, their threshold is, do I see it with a, I don't know, I guess a 90% ratio out of 5 occurrences or something? Because going through the list, going through all of this, I think for unit 2, which includes my practices, all of these might have occurred 10 times. All of these terms may have, some are far more likely than others, like frequency. For sentence construction, all the frequency stuff, like adverbs, very frequently used prepositional phrases and time, those come up and they're super salient. When it comes to vocabulary like fantaji, hora, renai, I think this time around they drilled it pretty hard. I doubt those people who, in my opinion, maybe you're a super genius or something, I thought I was pretty decent at remembering these terms, but it took 3 days. And this is about the proficiency that I would say. I could rattle off these terms within 15 minutes. I think that's a fairly reasonable comprehension. And I did do it by the end of the unit. Even then, I'm still not that quite confident. Because occasionally there's like, I don't know, kaidan, you know, when you start thinking kaidan, what do you think of? I think of stairs, right? So it slips in there, right? And you're like, oh wait, let me think about that. Or like omoshiroi, funny, right? And using it as a descriptor for a person. I mean, even just saying hito. Or toshi, machi, you know, mise, konbini, depato, passporto, koku, uko. The throwback would be like, see, I'm already tripping on chikatetsu. And then you go all the way back. Oftentimes people remember the beginning and the most recent thing, but all the middle stuff, it gets colored out. So when it comes to that whole meme of Duolingo vocabulary, everyone will just think about the beginning. Like, the criticism is the further they get away, the deeper they get to Duo, they still remember the first times. The first times and initiations are the most salient part of your memory. But reinforcing the journey is by far, I would say, 30 percentile. I don't think people actually remember this stuff. This stuff, in fact, I think that's one of the major criticisms of Duo. They introduce a lot of vocabulary, but holy heck, it's tough. What I feel is a very diminished part of section 2 so far is the lack of establishment of new methods of remembering. So my personal take, which is a teaser for day 60 or maybe end of section 2 review, is having visuals, diagrammic visuals. Like, it would be awesome if they had the resources to animate some of these things. Like, I like, for example, Saka ga suki desu, and it would have a soccer ball bouncing around or something, or have hearts around a soccer ball. That kind of thing is like the next distance. Perhaps use AI generated prompts or something to generate these animations. Who knows? You can train an AI based on your original art, right? These animated characters. Perhaps that can be a reliable and cheap source of creating visual aid. Vocabulary, I disagree that it's slow. I actually think it is going very fast. The difference is people think their comprehension is that the last 5 times they got it, if they got it 4 out of 5 times, they can move on. If they got it twice even, back to back, that's called confirmation bias, and that's called sampling limitation. For me, Betonamu was a struggle. And I think I'm fairly competent. I would say I'm still at least above average in my age. Humbly so. And I still feel Duolingo, one of the struggles is that there aren't new techniques slowing it down. Not necessarily it's slow because people are learning faster. It's slow because they aren't remaining engaged in learning different ways. So it's bootstrapping now. It's enhancing that grinding feel. The one, like, if you played a video game for so long, as time goes on, psychologically, the time that it takes to see improvement dilates. Not that it literally became slow, but it mentally becomes draining. And I would love to see the longer courses in Duolingo, which Japanese is among one of the longer courses, according to statistics, I suppose. Somewhere around section 2, it introduces, quote unquote, a new gamified mechanic, right? In terms of video games, how do you keep someone engaged on building on the foundations of their mechanical skill is to add new memory tools. So maybe matching flipping card terms, like they still have the flashcard system, but you can have it match mini game. Or I was told this does exist somewhere. I haven't encountered it yet. But yeah. You think Japanese people are nice? I mean, they are polite. Japanese people are polite. I don't know any Japanese people personally on a personal level. And no, I'm not talking to anyone. I always talk to myself. That's why it's it's commentary on Japanese learning and learners in general. I actually think the critiques of Duolingo are unfounded. People are fast because they think they're fast. I think Duolingo is not fast. It's actually going pretty okay. I actually think Duolingo is introducing vocabulary at an incredibly fast rate, but they're not focused on engaging the relationship with the making the vocabulary significant. Not that it's their job. However, to make Duolingo more efficient, imparting sentimentalism into these words may make individuals who actually learn terribly, in my opinion, in retention, encourage them to have ideas to make like all these terms salient. Like, for example, I remember girlfriend in the context. I remember boyfriend, this term in the context of a girlfriend. I don't think that's going to happen for most people. They might remember just the words that are important to them and then move on. So they think things are slow because they have no emotional attachments to many of these words. And I can feel that for sure. If you don't have emotional attachments to a word, that doesn't mean you learned it. That's specialized talk. So like, oh yeah, tennis, if I see it, I'll probably see tennis, but I don't play tennis. So I'm just going to say I learned tennis and move along. I don't practice tennis, so that's going to be dumped somewhere. And I think a vast majority of these words are weighted by sentimentalism, not competence come from sentimentalism. Like, oh yeah, this phrase is not that useful. I said it about 3 times. Move along. Let's go. Curate it. So no wonder, in my opinion, that when someone says I spent 300 to 400 hours on Duolingo and it feels like I have no comprehension. It's technically an area Duo can improve, which is to establish sentimentalism, to give motivation to use these phrases, contextualize a situation in which you would ask, hey, are you from China? Right? Chugok sushin desu ka? Right? Or sushin oh wait, yeah, desu ka. That's right. Chugok sushin desu ka? Right? Something like that. Anyways, we gotta jump in. This is a half day, so we're only going to do vocab today. No writing, no nothing. Yep. Okay. Let's get and try to unlock kanji. But the first time I unlock the first kanji, I want to see how many kanji there are in Unit 3. Describe my home. That's kind of nice, actually. Take public transit. That's useful. Although it's been a while since I've been to a place that public transit is useful. And since we're talking about the context of Japanese, gonna be a little bit before I actually use this Japanese in public transit. Although we can artificially create situations of how to use it in public transit. My life has taken me to public transit quite a bit already. Hey. House. Yeah? Oh my gosh, it's yeah.
家
Oh, I could see so many weird things with that. Yeah. Yeah, this house, not to be confused with yeah. Yeah. Although it has been shortened to yeah in casual form, so context is important here. It's fine. The context of house and saying no is so far apart. Not a big deal. Yeah.
家この家は古いですね。
この古い、この家は古いですね。Right? This house is old, isn't it? Right?
引っ越します。
Interesting. 引っ越します。
引っ越します。
Move. I'm going to move is going to move. So let's think about the plain form. 引っ越します。So maybe it's 引っ越しる and then the ru. So it might be an ichidan word conjugated in the mas form, of course. As a standalone. I'm going to move.
引っ越します。
Thinking in non-past future though. That's fine.
来週引っ越します。
Oh, my allergies. Okay.
来週引っ越します。来週
引っ越します。引っ越します。
ナオミさんも明日引っ越します。
ナオミさんも明日引っ越します。I don't like it. I don't like it. 引っ越します。引っ越します。Naomi-san mo. Okay, so Naomi is also going to move tomorrow.
とても広いです。
とても広いです。Oh, interesting.
広いです。
Okay, 広い。Okay. とても広いです。It's very spacious. 広い。広い really comes close to some other words. Okay. 広い。
広い。
私も来週引っ越します。
私も来週引っ越します。引っ越します。Okay. I'm also going to move 来週 next week.
アパートはどうですか？
アパート nice. アパートはどうですか？ How's the apartment?
アパート。
Yep, アパート。
まだ東京に住んでいます。
まだ。
まだ。
It's been a Mada is a vocab I have already known. However, it's nice to see it formally here. Mada. Mada Tokyo ni sundemasu. Mada Tokyo ni sundemasu. Alright, still live in Tokyo.
まだアパートに住んでいます。
Mada
アパート
apato
に
ni
住んでいま
sundemasu.
す。まだアパートに住んでいます。
Mada apato ni sundemasu.
アパートは古いですか？
Apato wa furui desu ka? Is the apartment old? Dorama?
ドラマ
Pasta.
パスタ
Oh, I forgot about pasta as a term introduced in last unit. Doyobi.
土曜日
Furui. Huroi. Sorry, hiroi. Hiroi. Hiroi.
広い
Hiroi. And then, oh yeah, norikae, norikae, norikae,
乗り換え
or just transfer.
新しい
乗り換え
アパートは広いです。
Atarashi apato wa hiroi desu. The new apartment is spacious. You still live in Toronto. Mada Toronto ni sundemasu ka?
まだ
Mada
トロント
Toronto ni
住んでいます
sundemasu? Huh? I still live in an old house? That's an apt phrase. Mada, that, yeah, for someone my age, that phrase comes up quite a bit. There's some implicit subtext in here. When a older person in English, in my opinion, in the United States, when they say I still live in an old house, there's subtext to this. It's saying it's a fixer-upper, or I live in a place that I've lived in a long time, in the sense that there's a lot of memories attached to it, or it's a fixer-upper. There's quite a lot of subtext when it comes to conversationalism. When someone says I still live in an old house, just something interesting. Oftentimes when I think about subtext, people type messages, they say certain things. I'm often constantly thinking about subtext. That's generally how you drive discussions and conversations in order to make it continuously interesting. So you don't, if someone wants silence, they'll allow silence to ensue. But generally speaking, always reading ahead, always trying to find subtext so that one can appear interested. At least appear interested. Kind of not polite otherwise, in my opinion. Not that it's a rule in the United States, however, other places, maybe. Even Japan. Although there is this like whole public non-communication in public during the day kind of feel. Pragmatism. I still live in an old house, so mada hurui ie. So ie, right? Mada hurui ie ni sundemasu.
まだ古い家に住んでいます。
Alright, not too bad. Got some fun stuff in there. Ooh, kitchen. Key 10. Okay. I dig it. I can get behind that. Key 10?
キッチン
Oh, kitchen. Oh, no, wait. Oh. That's chi. Whoops. I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the katakana te. Ooh, kitchen. Yikes. That line right there. So I'm thinking of te, but that's chi. It's sloping. It's sloping. If I take a very look at the top, this thing is sloping, and then these things are connected. So kitchen. Wait. Chi. Yeah. Kitchen. And then this is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the pause, right? The two pause. So kitchen.
kitchen,
Like not chin, but chin. Kitchen. Okay.
kitchen,
There's our favorite. Oh, I totally forgot about this one. Trash can. Oof. Trash can. Gomibaku, right? Gomibako. I keep saying ku. And so gomibako. So I'm relaxing, and it's not ku, it's ko. So that was a problem with gomibako. And also trash can. It's kind of gomibako is kind of hard to abstract into a trash can. And then we have the other one, which is otearai. It takes me one or two pass-throughs to get the otearai. And I had a problem because I keep thinking it's atearai, but it's otearai. Anyways, kitchen. All right,
キッチン
kitchen. Moving right
狭い
along.
です
Semoi. No. Yeah, semoi. Semi. Like semi?
狭い
Semi. Ooh. Cramped, narrow, small. Interesting, but in a cramped, narrow feeling. I see. You know, the reason why small comes up is jisai, right? Jisai. Although this one, I get it. The cramped, narrow. I like that feeling. Nice. In terms of space. It's small in terms of space. As opposed to a whole. Something as a whole. Nice.
狭い
Semai desu. It's cramped. I like it.
とても明るいです
Totemo akarui desu. Akarui. Akarui. Oh, they can bring back other vocabulary too. They can probably bring back kirei. I expect to see kirei in this section. Totemo akarui. Ooh, this is really close to something else too.
明るい
Akarui. Okay, bright. Yeah, there's cheerful, right? So well lit, bright, and then cheerful. Akarui was our initial context. The cheerful was the initial context. So well lit and bright. Totemo akarui desu. Akarui desu. Fair enough. Neat. It's a very well lit.
明るい
I like it. I like well
Akarui.
lit versus bright. That's
明るい
very apt. Okay. Totemo akarui desu. Akarui desu.
キッチンがあります
Kitchen. Kitchen. Kitchen ga arimasu. Kitchen ga arimasu. Do you have a kitchen? Or I have a kitchen. I have a kitchen. I'm constantly phrasing things in questions, but yes, we gotta keep our cause on, right? Our cause on.
があります
I don't think this is a different context at all, other than now they're using Man, allergies. So they're using this as having something. So the ga arimasu. Ga arimasu is it's acting upon this thing. So having something, you're having a literal thing, right? So the ga particle instead of wa arimasu, a figurative meaning when we were using it in terms of hobbies, right? Hobbies, and largely just hobbies so far. These are the moments that I do feel the criticism about explaining certain points instead of highlighting it. It's too streamlined, right? I think I can get behind the criticisms that the way this is presented, which is most of section 2 so far, is highlighting quote unquote new word does not help a vast majority of people contextualize the implicitness. For me, the subtext is there. I generally read into learning designs in a subtext form. So when you're playing video games, when people see these types of things like tools and video games, a lot of Western audience and maybe even Japanese people perhaps like things to be explicit, right? One part of game design that is inherited in Duo's language may not translate very well to learning. And learning, a lot of times, many people err on the side of explicitness, like they want this stuff to be explained, as opposed to in a video game, the trend is not to explain it. The trend is to streamline it in a sense that you intuitively pick up on these things. And Duo has a philosophy on their website and stuff that it's not necessarily focusing on grammar points, but focusing on pattern recognition. So the raw pattern recognition. And I recognize the pattern is that ga is associated, like if you were to observe this swap up, right? It's technically not a new word, as in the particle is not new and the phrase is not new. The pattern is, though. Now it's being associated with something literal as opposed to something figurative. That is the pattern one should notice through observation. However, in an educational product, the expectation of the person using it is different. They expect explicit explanatory remarks. A game does not do that. So a game inherently allows the person to discover the pattern. To me, I do both. I play games from a learning perspective, not from an entertainment perspective. So generally speaking, yes, it's a criticism from people who are teachers, I suppose, that this should be explicit. Why is this phrase new, right? So to me, the immediate appearance is that ga is used instead of wa because ga kinda is a more efficient direct subject marker or an object marker. Wa tends to be a bigger topic marker, which can also mark subject objects. And those are words I ascribe to patterns, but they have subtext. And that's coming from someone who focuses on learning, not focusing on what it's literally telling you. In this case, the only thing that this prompt is literally telling you is ga arimasu is being used in a different context. It's being associated with something that is no longer figurative, or an idea, or a hobby, or something that you can't tangibly have. So that is a pattern a gamer or someone who's relying on intuition would gather. It doesn't teach them why that's the case, and that's where the learning thing comes in. You have learners or teachers who come in like, hey, you should explain this part. So to meet both ends, you have new word. Maybe if you put your mouse over new word, right, there's gonna be like a pop-up that says, hey, have you noticed that this is being used in a different context now? And they have like 1 or 2 sentences contrasting, like previously, or you hover over previously, this phrase arimasu and ga particle has been used in this context, and now it's being used in this context. Did you see it? So to offset this and still make it feel like a game, most games in the modern day have alternative interaction points. So what they do is, oh yeah, I don't see it. Why is this new? Then you click on something, an interactable, and it explains that. Or at least it hints on the thing. And even more hand-holding, video games have been trying to figure out the balance between literally hand-holding you during puzzle games. Thanks, guy. Literally hand-holding you during puzzle games versus leading you subtly. So here, this is like a Dark Souls approach. This is like the FromSoft approach where, hey, we're super as subtly as possible telling you, did you see it? This is a new use of arimasu and the ga particle together. When you put the ga particle with arimasu, it has a different subtext than wa with arimasu. So even at the superficial level, this is still a new pattern. That's a Souls approach, and learning have different expectations. I can understand that. Well, I'll try to develop this idea later into like the review way down the line, like another 25 days down the line. I'll develop this into another thought. This thought has come up rapidly multiple times in section 2, where now you've learned enough vocabulary, you're close to 500 words, and now all these words are taking on new use cases, new pattern cases. So if you're not a subtextual intellectual learner, you will only notice that they're just being used. And then if you are intuitive enough, you can notice that it's associated with some sort of pattern that's different. And for those who don't, they have to go to another source. So if you sit here, you're thinking, why is this word new? If you have pause for new, as in you are better, you are elevated beyond when you are elevated beyond just intuitively seeing it as a mechanical thing, you get to the point where, oh yeah, I don't see why this is new. And then you go seek other sources. Bro, I swear everyone says, well, I'm not your bro, but I swear everyone says, probably most people say, daido kodo for kitchen. Okay. And then that's the kanji. Fair enough. When it comes to these comments, right? When it comes to comment about when they're introducing katakana term, generally speaking, when it comes to the youth in Japan, in my opinion, the impression that I get is that katakana phases in more than hirakana and kanji. So I know they're introducing itchin, and I like to think that when you say bro, you swear everyone, probably all the formal older people. Generally speaking, there's a wave and trend to introduce katakana into replacing certain words, like toilet, toire, instead of otearai, right? Toire, and things like kipu, right? Kipu versus chaketo. So, and even simplifying katakana, basketball into basket. So yeah, I can probably see that people are still using hirakana and kanji for kitchen, but I can also see that if you're talking to people who are growing up, there's a chance that they just use kitchen. Who knows? But yeah, I probably wouldn't try to swear that everyone says that. Generally speaking, if you use the word everyone, the answer is no, probably not. In to Duo's defense, I suppose, they do half and half. As in, I wouldn't be surprised if I see the word that you just said for kitchen. The dokuru, dokoro, yeah, dokoro, dokoro. Eventually, they do both. They try to keep half katakana and half hirakana and kanji when they introduce new vocabularies. It's not usually really strong in one way or another way. Okay, so I have a kitchen.
広いキッチンがあります。
Oh, wait. Yeah, hiroi kitchen あります。があります。
広い
キッチン
があります。
があります。
広いキッチンがあります。
狭いアパートがあります。
狭いデパートがあります。Let's see. I have a cramped apartment. Wait. Yeah. 狭い。Yeah. I can relate to that. I kind of like cramped apartments though. I feel this is almost this is definitely a deep cut into the perspective of cramped between an English speaker in an English speaking country versus Japan. It's a fun deep cut to explore the idea of what a cramped apartment is. Let's try this again. 狭いデパートがあります。狭いデパートがあります。
リビングがあります。
Oh, another katakana means D Bing D Bing
リビング
Goo. Sorry, Goo. D Bing Goo. Wait.
リビングがあります。
Is that really cool? Oh yeah, that is cool. Oh no, yeah. Huh. It looks a little different from how I'm drawing it. Wait.
リビング
Sorry, I'm sorting out the kana in my head. Let's say ka gi gu ku. Oh yeah. Okay, that does check out. It is cool. So
リビングがあります。
リビングがあります。リビング. It sounds like living. Sure. リビングがあります. Okay. That's gonna take a bit. リビング.
リビングがあります。
リビングがあります. Okay. Have a living room. That's a funny remark too. I have a living room. I mean, a humorous remark. Because now we're talking about like describing an apartment, right? Apato. Not everyone has living rooms in apartments. My apartment did not have a living room. Interestingly enough. Libingu.
広いリビングが欲しいです。
Oh. They shorten it like Su and Ku. So like all the other ones. Okay. So
広いリビングが欲しいです。
yeah. 白い
広い
リビング
リビング広いリビングが欲しいです。広いリビングが欲しいです。が欲しいです。広いリビングが欲しいです。
So much like all the other Gus, it gets shortened quite a bit. This is the first time I've heard the Gu shortened. So hiroi living, right? Hiroi living ga. So hiroi living ga hoshi desu. Hiroi living ga hoshi desu. Interesting. Okay. I want a spacious living room.
リビングは広いです。
リビングは広いです。Oh, okay. The living room is spacious. Okay. Karate.
空手
Karate. Yoga. Which is videos.
動画
Yoga. Sure. Kaidan. Kaidan.
階段
I just said this about Kaidan. Yoga.
ヨガ
And then semi.
狭い
Semi.
新しいアパートは明るいです。
新しいアパートは明るい right 明るいです we can use that context now so 新しいアパートは明るいです gives me an opportunity to use 明るい again新しいアパート yes 新しいアパートは明るいです The new apartment is 明るい well lit
明るい
oh wait
明るい明るい
what okay that's an
明る
error
い
Oh, wait, maybe it's not. Wait, oh, wait. I don't know. I actually don't know.
明るい。新しいアパートは明るいです。
Akarui. Okay.
明るい。
Wow. I don't know about that as a standalone. Okay. Huh.
狭いリビングがあります。
Semai living ga arimasu. I have a semi. Oh, cramped living room.
この狭いリビングはちょっと。
Kono semai living wa choto. Hey, a more developed wa choto. Okay. I don't like this cramped this cramped living room. Nice. この狭いリビングはちょっと。Fair enough.
明るいキッチンが欲しいです。
It was another correct solution. I might have worded something different there. That was my natural inclination. However, it looks like Duo suggested something else. Or strongly suggested something else. 明るいキッチンが欲しいです。I want a well-lit kitchen. No arguments there. The apartment is well lit. アパートは明るいです。
アパートは明るいです。
The new apartment is well lit. 新しいアパートは明るいです。Right. I'm also naturally pausing now. I'm not sure if that's going to help me or hurt me in the future, but I do naturally part to emphasize certain things. That is definitely going to be an Americanism that I impart into it. So, like, I'm not running them all together. Like, for example,
新しいアパート
let's
は
put this up here. Like,
明るいです。
so, like, you could say it, 新しいアパートは明るいです。Okay, if I could even say it like that. So, 新しいアパートは明るいです。Like, if you were running them all together. But generally speaking, I pause naturally in certain places to emphasize things, and I don't think that's gonna help my my Japanese feeling Japanese. Like in English, I would say, 新しいアパートは明るいです。Right? It's kind of like trying to emphasize it's well lit. It's well lit, not that perhaps it's new. I like the idea that it's well lit more often. So, 新しいアパートは明るいです。And pretty sure that's just not how that's gonna work. I'm saying it like I'm saying it in English. Like, oh hey, there's a new apartment. Well lit. I'm naturally putting in pauses where I feel like I would pause in a sentence or emphasis. That's probably gonna be very, very unnatural, in my opinion. I don't think. I'm gonna have to listen to more Japanese people to see if they naturally pause at places. Pay more attention to their natural pauses. if they do even naturally pause in any part of their sentence. These are synthetic voices, so they only pause when there's a comma or like an address. So the only time we've seen pauses are things like a greeting or an interjection. So like honto desu ka? Or saying and you, right? Like Tanaka-san wa. There's a pause through those. Or addressing someone like Tanaka-san. And then a question or something. Those are where the pauses are. However, in English, I pause a lot. And in speech, I pause a lot. Very often. Instead of saying, well, like this, like, okay, like, to be honest, TBH, like, just to be fair, like, instead of doing that, I pause in English a lot of times. And for emphasis, I even pause before a adverb. So, frequently, unfortunately, I like to pause in order to make up for overusing filler words. So in Japanese, I do this. In Japanese, when I'm reading and learning Japanese, I'm also doing the same thing. Instead of saying, Atarashi apato so wa akai, akarui desu. So instead of filling it in with all these filler words that I naturally have groomed out of English, I'm also doing that for Japanese. So there will be silent pauses in places. And it might be because I don't know the next word, I'm searching for the word, or I want to pause there. So, atarashi apato wa akarui desu. Don't know if that's going to be helpful or not in the future for me. Hopefully, it comes off as, this guy's pronunciation is okay. However, it feels like I'm talking to a Japanese English speaker who is imparting their Englishisms into Japanese. And then that's okay because they still understand me, and it's also fun because they know that I'm identifiable by my English speaking patterns, not that I'm deliberately trying to be Japanese and failing to be Japanese. That's a different story, right? We'll see. Maybe in another 6 months or a year, we'll see where that takes me. But I naturally feel like I like to be dynamic with my sentence structures and my speech. It makes me very identifiable, as opposed to some robot that is trying to conform to what everyone else is doing. For better or for worse. Obviously, I like to think that the Japanese culture is not about that. Anyways, moving right along. Just thoughts about what I'm naturally doing. The more lax I am, the more likely I'm going to pause for emphasis on specific things. Just as much as not being able to
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Honestly, I kind of want to do my own spoof of Duolingo, but in Japanese. Like, say all that in Japanese just for fun. If I could even figure out how to say all that in Japanese right now. Not shilling for Duo, but it would be a fun exercise to hear the ad in all the different languages. So like, real talk, a big meta would be something like Duo. When you're in a Japanese course, the ad that they play is the Japanese version of that same ad. That would be really funny and entertaining, really. There are some choice words that I would like to learn in Japanese from that ad. Fun, plan, basically fun and plan are some of the major words in that. And then like learn something together. I think that was one of the phrases. So still got a long ways to go to try to mimic the ad, but in Japanese. A bed. Bedo. Bedo. Bedo.
ベッド
Bedo. Bedo.
まだベッドはありません。
Mada bedo wa arimasen. Wow. Okay. Well, apparently I don't have a bed yet. I still don't have a bed. I mean, I could get behind that phrase. There's some subtext here. A lot of times when you are explicit, when you're translating English is a descriptor language. So when you lack descriptions, it becomes ambiguous. So technically you can always get behind something that's ambiguous. Like for example, I could say I still don't have a bed, and someone would say, wait, you don't have a bed? I'm like, I don't have the type of bed you're talking about. That's why I say I don't have a bed. So if someone asks me, do you have a bed? And I would say, well, yes and no. Can you be more descriptive about your question? Because subtextually, I'm making a lot of presumptions and I want them to clarify. Because generally, I would say 50 to 60% of the time, when someone asks me, do you have a bed? The answer is probably no, because there's a high chance that whatever I'm sleeping on isn't considered a bed. And the word I would use is probably, thank you, the Japanese culture, I have a futon. A futon, actually, futon, as opposed to a bed if someone from the Western culture asked me if I had a bed, right? So that's kind of a fun subtextual thing in English. You gotta use descriptors. Like, do you have a bed? I could say yes or no in this case. Not specific enough, right? Fun thought. Very fun thought.
シャワーがあります。
There's shower, and this time shower. Here's the pop-up again, right? New word. Shower is not a new word, technically speaking. Now, do someone who is non-intellectual, it's not a good or a bad thing, non-intellectual, an intuitive learner, a gamified person who's not motivated to have meta-level subtextual understanding. This is technically not a new word, and technically a new word, since shower was attached to o abimasu. So, o abimasu, shower o abimasu, was a very specific use case for showering or to take a bath or etc. In this case, shower now is a new word because it is being used as a literal object, which then you can have a shower with the ga particle. So is that all explained here? No. And yet, it's funny because if you could explain that to me, what I just said, I would be more confident in that you are comprehending Japanese on a deeper level than simply playing a game and looking for a pattern. is that desirable or reasonable for a learning program? That is subjective. In my opinion, I enjoy it. And in my opinion, I think this will fall short of an educational program for most people. And adding a tooltip or something where you highlight over a new word. So every time they use this like hint system, it's called a hint system in video games where they highlight something, the infamous yellow paint, right? In video games, the infamous yellow paint or the star trail, right? This is gamified 101 right here. It's supposed to alarm you to, hey, did you figure this out? And usually video games later go to explain the mechanic if you didn't figure out the mechanic. And what most gamers who don't intuitively or intellectually, ideally intellectually understand this, they brute force it. So they find the right answer and continue to use the right answer until it's up to the game to decide to explain it to them or not. And you still can beat games without understanding the intellectual side. You can mechanically beat games without ever understanding its underlying principles. For example, when someone finishes a JRPG game, they do not understand the multiplicative and complex mathematics that deal with how their statistics and their attributes interact with outcomes in their mechanics, right? Someone is not talking about how poison is on a diminished percentage decline return for each turn pass proportional to like the enemy's light HP bar. That's not interesting. This is one of the pros and cons of gamifying language learning or learning something. It's not comprehensive. It's not meant to be comprehensive. What makes this a draw is the idea that if it was comprehensive, like in your face, it will slow things down even more. And if you don't slow down already, if someone is using this and they're like, yeah, new word, but it's not really a new word, it's kind of an old word, so I already know it, move along. If you're a person that's already doing that, adding a tooltip functionally will get skipped. So, in my opinion, having the option is nice. As a business, using a tool that's likely not going to show up because of the target audience you have, that's a room for contention. Now, there is, in my opinion, probably clever ways you can make a sparkly new word and try to encourage the person to click on it. Generally, in my opinion, if you want to keep the gamified approach, introduce a new mechanic, right? Incentivize clicking on the tooltip or incentivize somehow why this is new and interesting. To me, when something's off and something's new, even the minor details are incredibly interesting to me. That's largely why my learning and my playing video games take like 3 times the amount of time that maybe someone else who's not emotionally invested is taking. Like, oh yeah, I sped run through Duolingo. It's like, congrats. Like, you know, that's still a thing when someone says like, oh yeah, I sped through in 40 hours. I completed chapter. Great. And whatever satisfies you, you are also trading off certain things. Like stopping and breathing and understanding how you're achieving things. Right? And this is one of them. Do you want the yellow paint? Well, in video games, the answer is no. People don't like yellow paint anymore. As in, hey, I don't need to be told what is new. I can see it. If I don't see it, then I'm a pega. Well, this is one of those use cases. How do you learn in natural language? You either continue to fail or get reminded by another source that you're failing. Right? You get a response. In this case, there's no response. You either see that it's different or you don't. And then when you see it's different, you get to choose if you want to explain it to yourself or not. So my journey down Duolingo has become exponentially more interesting because, ironically, since they don't explain it, I go and seek an explainer for this. But in this case, I have enough now outside knowledge that I know that shawa is an object. It is a subject object marked by ga this time. It is not something that's marked by o and associated with showering or to take a shower or obimasu, right? Or abimasu, sorry, abimasu. So this is a new word now. It's technically a new thing. And none of that is explained, of course, to the chagrin of linguists and professional people, right? And then in terms of the gamified community, this is good. This is excellent for people who hate, like, the thing that makes Duolingo popular is also the thing that literally professional linguists and educators would dislike. However, professional educators and linguists are not concerned with how consistent and curious people who like to play games are. They are concerned with how much information they can jam into someone. So while you have that kid unengaged and step out and put you on mute in an online course, this type of streamlined design gives the person the option. They either brute force through it, through pattern recognition, or trial and error through it, and then just remember the trial and error, or voluntarily decide, hey, this is a new word. I need to learn more about it. That inherent type of design increases retention because of streamlining and decrease the consistency of getting more information. When people play intuitive games, they ultimately choose to learn less and feel more and repeat more. So when someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo should slam you with more grammar points and stuff, Duolingo is also in the, I don't want to make it sound like, oh yeah, but it's a business. That's a business move. It's like, well, retention is exchanged for inundation. So if you walk into a class, why do kids feel like class is boring a lot of times? There's too much information and too much FYIs, right? You are engaging them less by disseminating more at a rapid rate. So oftentimes this is what Duo has to balance. It's popular because it does these type of streamlined approaches. Is it for me? I'm naturally inquisitive, so I like looking up these things on my own time. I can totally understand that if I introduce Duo to a group of kids, this is the design that will capture them far more than me writing a gigantic blip up here about why this word is new from the last time they used it. I used to look up, Lotus, you used to look up every highlighted word because Duo didn't give me all the context I wanted for the word, such as part of speech. Yeah. So this is what I mean by, can you have both? Kind of. The thing is, let's step back a little. Can you have not just both, but a win-win situation? So here's my thought about that. You need programmers, you need people to fact check, you need to do all the things in order to get that functionality, right? How much return in investment are you getting from your target audience when you add those things? I would reckon it's far less than professional linguists and learners would suggest. It's kind of like go into a class, you're a professor, you're a linguist, right? I guess I'm gonna use it from the context of preparing a laboratory, a lab assignment for biochemistry. I walk into a lab and I have this incredibly detailed lab manual, right? I worked hard on it. I made it comprehensive. I give it to my students. They will look at 10% of it. They will look at what they have to do to get their grades. That's it. So if you're thinking from the perspective of now, if you represent a multi-billion-dollar effort orchestrating and hiring people to do certain tasks, how do you balance all the resources you need and still maintain a net positive return on investment? Yeah, absolutely see what I'm saying. Giving information isn't learning. Engaging the mind is the right way. Yeah, and it is an art. And what I'm saying is, it is possible. If they, since this is a gamified thing, have a new word mechanic, right? Like, oh, when you enter a new word or get reminders, have to introduce some sort of mechanic to it, like abstraction mechanic, like it's a new word time. Now we're gonna do a new word segment or a new grammar segment, right? And it's gonna take time to develop that stuff. I actually think it will take time to, quite a different departure from this. So I don't know, Duo is working on some of these things, but generally speaking, there are so many times when I step in to help someone, like teach assist a lab, and that lab professor, right, the person who's in charge of the lab, they hand me this gigantic Bible of a lab manual. I'm in heaven. Like, that's so awesome that this person like basically prepared me for everything that I need to know. Like, what if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? And that's awesome. And I take that lab manual, and guess what I have to do in the beginning of the lab? I have to streamline it and distill it down so that if they read the lab manual, they'll understand the lab manual enough and not just brush off all the hard work of that professor. So that's what Duo is doing, right? I am the TA, and I have to somehow make it engaging to digest this incredible piece of work that had many, many years of refinement. But you can't just walk into a TED Talk and give a postgraduate doctoral level communication to explain the topic, because you're gonna lose your audience. So it's this that these designs happen. Can they do a better compromise? Sure, definitely. Will it take time? Absolutely. Why does it take time? Because when you're a professional linguist and you're a professional special anything, you're not focused on the act of teaching someone who's uneducated. Your focus is to give them the most comprehensive knowledge they have. That's not the same, in my opinion, as engaging someone and encouraging them to learn. It's making sure they get all the information, and that's fair. That's like a politician telling you all the intricacies of the political system without sounding provocative and I do kind of deceptive too. So there's a filter, and that filter is the balance that we're constantly struggling with when it comes to learning. Not to simplify things too much, but find a different way of explaining complex topics and subjects without necessarily losing your audience. And I think that's where formal education has not kept up with trends, right? Formal education can't move at a pace that is as fast as like the internet culture. The way people learn constantly continues to shift quite dramatically, and it takes an institution does not move that fast. I mean, it takes someone 40 plus years to become a true expert in a subject, but it takes a fraction of that time for learning and engagement shifts in generational gaps. Like less than 13 years, there will be a new generation of young people, and another 13 years, there will be a new generation of older people that spawned from the, that aged into a new gap, and their learning methods and engagement flexes and changes with the trends. And institutionally, that's an uphill battle. It's always constantly an uphill battle. So why does it feel like everyone criticizes Duo? Because Duo is trying to move at that pace. Is it possible? I hope it is for them. I hope it is for like AI generation or something that keeps up with the time. In my opinion, most of the criticism of Duolingo is guilty of the very same thing, where their advice is archaic. It is passé, it's old school, and honestly, in my opinion, does not resonate with non-intuitive people or non-intellectual people. Like, I like to say that I am somewhat intellectually inclined and I have a natural curiosity for these things. That doesn't mean everyone else is, or a big majority of people are naturally intuitive. Like, if you learned your third or fourth language, you're like, oh yeah, language learning is awesome. I did this and this and this. And then you're talking to a bunch of people who like, I want to learn my second language. And then you're telling them how exciting things are and they can't relate to you. They legitimately can't relate to you yet because they haven't done it. So you have to get off your ego horse and stop ego teaching and get back down to earth where you're focused on things like, what was it like? What was it like to learn a second language as opposed to a fourth or a fifth? You can be so passionate and exude as much eccentricity as you can for language learning. The first thing someone is thinking when they're learning a second language is, how long is it going to take? And am I going to enjoy learning this? Or am I going to be frustrated? And you address that nowhere. All you have is trust me, bro, slapped across your face and say, I know how to do it right. And that other person's like, well, I don't agree with you. And they walk away. And then they don't learn a second language. So you kind of just fail your objective in the first, right from the beginning. Have I seen Duo blogs? I have. Yes, I have. I've seen a lot of anti-Duo blogs, op-eds, linguists. Like, I read every evening about the current situation. I like being aware of the community around a product. And I choose very popular products because there are lots of people then. There are a lot of micro communities. Yeah, the official blog. Yeah. I did read a lot of the official blog. Actually, the reason why I read the official blog is also to validate all the claims. Like, the official blog explains a lot of certain things, like their motivations, their philosophies, like things that deal with trying to communicate their design. Like, I was looking in their official blogs for like design cues, like, oh, what is their philosophy behind making mistakes and all that stuff. I liked it. I actually quite like a lot of their takes. They're different takes though, and it's kind of I think almost pedantic when other criticizers or critics would say, oh, they're not doing this. It's because they're not. So it's kind of like, oh man, I hate water. It's wet. Like, well, that's not constructive at all. Oh, I hate Duolingo for what it doesn't do. So I'm going to give you a product that does what Duolingo doesn't do. However, when you look at that product, it doesn't do what Duolingo does either. So what I mean is, they offer products that isn't Duolingo, as opposed to they offer products that is Duolingo and more. So not only is it not constructive, in my opinion, it's destructive. It doesn't suggest that use both. Rarely in those discussions, I think more than 50% of critics, rarely is it use both. Use all of the above. Find a combination that works for you. It's often don't use this. Use this. And to me, it feels like just another business person offering a business take and criticizing. It's the pot calling the kettle black. And for me, I needed to find out in the official Duo blogs, do they actually give those impressions? Like, do they go out of their way and say, don't use Babbel, use our product, it's better than Babbel. Don't use these influencer tools, use our tool because our tool replaces them. That is the mentality that I feel is a double standard, in my opinion. And it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. And that it echoes the sentiment that I made yesterday. If you need to put down another product or another service made by another person in order to elevate your position, that's not meritocracy. That's defamation, not meritocracy. There's no merit. You're elevating your position by shoving someone else's down. That's, in my opinion, you have my pity, but hopefully people around you don't treat you the same way. Where, hey, oh, your product sucks, therefore my product is better. Not, how is my product better? And you can still continue using that product, but I want to convince you my product is better based on what it does. Instead, most of the peddlers, business people who said they're interested, like for example, this is kind of going to be a hot take, but those people who say, oh, I care about you, so let me tell you of all the products you should avoid and use mine. Not only does not it explain why their product cares about the person they're talking to, all they did was divert and slander the competitor. Sounds like a politician. I know. Sounds like, and what I mean by that is the stereotype of a politician. There are I honestly think there are encouraging politicians who focus on what they offer to contrast and compare to others, as opposed to slandering and, defamation techniques to push their opponent down because they don't want to focus on what they have to offer. That's a sign, in my opinion, that's a show of weakness, where, oh, you can't even express and highlight what you do well, and what you don't do well, by the way. That's also a thing. It's a business ploy. When you only focus on things you do well, instead of focusing on things you decided to do and what they can't do, as in what they trade off. So, in my opinion, in the official Duo blogs, I was looking for things that, the way they say it, like, oh, I know our products focus on perfection, as in like focus on the correct answer, and we are trying to include other responses that are correct. Sorry if there are so many prompts in automation, there might be a chance that certain correct combinations occur and we miss them. That is the trade-off of being comprehensive with combinatorial automatically generated prompts, right? Those are the ways that, in my opinion, skirt and bridge being competent about all the hurdles, the pros and cons of what you do. So when I say I prefer to make my mistakes, so I prefer to make a mistake, and either I make it frequently enough to encourage myself to figure out what the mistake is, or by a certain amount of mistakes, someone or some system comes and inform me, hey, we noticed you made this very statistically highly likely mistake. Can we offer you something, right? That is acknowledging the shortcomings and also the pros of an approach. So many times, in my opinion, I would say 80 to 90% of the things that I read online when people review is they always focus on what is positive about their own opinions and positivity and like product that they're single-handedly peddling, and only citing negative things that are compared to the product that they offer in the negative sense. Like, hey, my product has better nutrient and have better protein content than this competing product. And that's it. This product has less protein. My product has more protein. Buy my product. What else does it not do? What else does it do? What else is different? That is not germane to the topic. It's streamlined like this, right? It's streamlined for explainer's sake. It doesn't tell you that, oh yeah, this product has more sugar than that other product. It has more protein, but it also has more sugar. Oh, it doesn't say what this product tastes like. Maybe this taste is not as appealing to that one. My product has a sweeter taste. That product tastes salty. So many things like that. And the evaluation, the hustle culture, in my opinion, of the internet bleeds and does not exclude evaluating learning products. So learning products does not escape the grasp of the internet. And now it's kind of disheartening to me. When I read this stuff, it's really disheartening. Generally speaking, learning products have been synergistic for most of my life. Like when formal education is out, they're usually encouraging competition in order to better the whole, as opposed to discouraging competition. So I would love to see what other professional linguists feel about how the internet, the people who take to the internet, criticize learning products. Learning products, it would be, in my sense, in an academic setting, you want to say, Duo is doing all these things. Can we actually do these things with our product too? As on top of that. And then go to Duo and say, hey, guys, we also have your type of thing, and it was very inspirational, but we do also these things. Can you integrate that stuff into your program as well? And we can work together, right? And elevate learning so that regardless if you use Duo or Anki, those consistencies go up. So then you don't have competition like the heckin' internet culture where you're saying, oh, Anki is better than this. Babbel is better than that. Like they're fighting each other. And it makes learning feel like a business all the time, even for like professional people. When a linguist comes up, it just constantly feels like they're trying to sell me something. They're trying to sell me advice that I didn't ask for. And they're trying to sell me their point of view, as opposed to sounding like the scientific community or the idealized scientific community, where yes, you have rivalries and competition, but you don't want your competition to suffer. If they suffer and disappear, you suck more. You stop trying. You stop making better products. To me, I always thought in a naive world that learning is a different industry that doesn't lead to destructive criticism. I mean, go for video games, movies, books, sure. I guess that's your liberty, right? Learning just felt like it has been a place where people encourage each other. But man, having a popular learning product, I can't even... The people at Duolingo have my sympathies, in my opinion. They're fighting an uphill battle of trying to not be marked as a business conglomerate versus someone who wants to popularize learning. Like, in my opinion, my naive world is that I feel the people who make Babbel, the people who make Bushu, Anki, all those people sit in a UN, a United Nations of learning, and they collaboratively exchange ideas, all for the benefit of making all their products successful. As in, it's not going to be what each program does and doesn't do, but more like what's your favorite program? As in, which program helped you learn faster, even though all of them are comprehensive and fast, so that it's a healthy competition. Like when someone says, oh yeah, Anki does this, I should go to Duo and ask them, are they going to use something like this? And Duo would be like, oh yeah, we have thought about that. We kept track of what Anki is doing, instead of trying to differentiate from each other. That's a business thing that they have to balance, right? They have no guarantees that if they do exactly what Anki does, this is a business in the end. If Duo begin to do what Anki does, the person, right? The customer is still going to choose one of them. They're not going to use both. So the more their product overlaps, the more they're discouraged to do the same thing. And that's what happened to learning. Like these learning programs, that's how I feel about reading official Duo blogs, how they have to manage and moderate things on the subreddits. Like the Reddit system in general destroyed collaborative learning. And that's kind of sad, in my opinion. It's so sad when teachers go at each other's throats because they have a disagreement of principle. This is just, in my opinion, this is a larger scale of people disagreeing with how to learn. It's sad because now the people who are learning reflect this toxicity in what is the best way to learn, as opposed to how we get people educated. So they're fighting over, like, even the people who have learned things are spending more time fighting over how to get someone to learn versus how to just get them to learn. Like, you know, like throw everything at them, make them learn. Like, that's the idea. The baseline is you want them to learn, not who has the better learning method. That's kind of disparaging. I don't care how long it takes you. I don't care how efficient your technique is. Can you get someone to learn and be happy about it and not be attacked because they didn't learn the fastest way? It's one of those things like having a competition for happiness. Like, oh yeah, you can get happier with my product at a faster rate than getting happier with their product. Their product, yeah, they can get you happy, but it's not as good. It makes you sad because you're not getting happiness quicker. Come here. Like, that's how I feel about it. I think learning is a life skill. It's almost as essential as happiness. So how do we treat happiness? Well, you do whatever is possible to get happy. Everyone's selling happiness. They're selling life hacks. They're selling that stuff, right? And they don't attack someone else's route to happiness. Not as much. But learning, somehow, Duo is super popular, Babbel is super popular, and now learning has become this toxic business, extrinsic business model that is reinforced by professionals who claim they care about learning. Well, when you claim you care about learning, you stop thinking what is the best tools and what is the most appropriate tools. You don't shun tools because they're not appropriate for you and your principles. Shelve your ego and ask the person and try to characterize the person you're talking to and find the appropriate tools. I know some experts could say, like me, I suppose, I do know a thing or two. I would say, sorry, I don't have enough time to evaluate Babbel or Anki at the moment, or LingQ. I don't have enough time to comprehensively represent that. What I can tell you is what Duo offers and it doesn't offer. Like what things Duo does well and doesn't do well. And hopefully you have someone like me, I suppose, with similar things you can compare to, who have used LingQ instead of Duo, and then you can compare the results. Like, okay, so I will only use Duo for vocabulary, right? I will only use Duo for vocabulary, and then I'll use Anki for something else, and then I'll use LingQ for conversation. This enables the person to learn their best way. It challenges them to use all the tools. Instead, someone goes around and say, don't use Duo. Well, you might have just removed their only way of consistently learn vocabulary. You don't know that. You basically remove the tool. The idea is to give all the tools, highlight what all the tools do, and then let the person decide which tool you'll use for the appropriateness. Like, for example, if you're trying to cut down a tree, and then someone's like, oh yeah, we don't cut trees, so ignore cutting trees. Our product is very good at chopping smaller wood. So if you're chopping smaller wood, come to us. But they don't tell you that, oh yeah, you can't use that same chopping tool for cutting down a whole tree. That's another product that we shunned because they're not good. They're good at that, but that's not the point. So I keep hearing this heckin' argument about like LingQ. Oh yeah, they got conversations and that's the way to learn. It's like, well, yeah, they have conversations. What do they don't have? They don't reinforce vocabulary in repetitious, slow way like Duo does. It's like this whole catch-all. Everyone's looking for the perfect tool, but it's not the perfect tool. There aren't perfect tools. Come on. If there was a perfect tool, whoever owns that perfect tool will own the world. It hasn't happened yet, folks. It hasn't happened. Just look at human history. I don't think there's a tool that basically adapted to time and trends. We would still be using it now. Do I speak Chinese? Yes. I'm gonna say yes. I speak Chinese. I can't read Chinese though. And I can't speak it on command. Just like I can't speak it on command in any language. I need a topic. Maybe sometimes I can say something in Chinese that's related to that. And also might not be the Chinese you're thinking of. Hugh. What about Anki for repetition? Again, Anki is a great way to do repetitious flashcarding. If you learn by investing in visual sense, you can do that. I'm not sure if Anki stores voice samples. So here's another thing you could do. I don't know if Anki does this, where they allow their flashcards to store the voice sample. Oh, it does? Then you can use all of it for repetition. No, I mean store voice samples, not have voice samples. So what I mean by that is you can pick... Oh wait, you probably can too. You can pick from anywhere, right? And then load it into Anki. So like you could even say the word to yourself, record it on a mic, and then you can load that voice sample. Yeah, so you can use it for repetition. Yeah. That means Anki... So Anki, here's... If you want to... if you're asking like what are the pros and cons of Anki, one of the things is Anki is only as strong as its community base. So if you like Anki's community base, start with understanding how Anki's community base works. If you don't want to communicate and do that, ask yourself if you can produce all that stuff. If you can produce all that stuff, then Anki is fantastic. Because Anki is not forcing you to do those things. Remember that what Duo is doing for repetition is it's forcing you to do those things. Anki is not. It's not forcing you to download community things to get all that stuff you want. Someone asked me about Anki, like how to make it useful. Why would you download something you already know? If you're not forced and curious about how other people remember things on Anki, like how their flashcards look like, or things you know, and then you're not interested in downloading things you don't know yet from Anki, then those are all voluntary things. Nothing is forcing you in Anki to tell you, like Anki is not telling you, hey, did you add a voice to your flashcard? Hey, did you record yourself and add a voice to your flashcard? Hey, we also noticed that all of these people add pictures. Did you add a picture to your Anki voice to your flashcards? So Duo is doing that. They are taking a stance and telling you their methods. Anki is not telling you their methods. The community is. So just like the community, it can be overwhelming, it can be confusing, it can be mixed, right? People can have different opinions, and you have to put in the work. Something is not telling you how to put in the work. So Anki is great for non-beginners. You see, like, this is the natural compromise. All the things that people say that Duo does leads to Anki, because Anki is customizable. It's for people. It's Linux. When you use Windows enough, you may, if you're really interested in Windows OS, eventually it'll lead you to Linux. So it's more flexible, more customizable, because you're already self-sufficient. As in, you are self-motivated, self-curious, you know all the things you need to include in a flashcard. Ask someone who never made a flashcard, who never used memory tools like a flashcard, don't know that memory is based on speech, hearing, like integrating all your stuff. It's based on imagery, association. Then you tell them, hey, use Anki. They will wet the bed, in my opinion. They will be so slow that it's better to just throw them on Duolingo for a bit to give them ideas on how to establish memory. If someone hasn't learned anything for a really long time, they'll be like, where do I start? What do I even put on a flashcard to remind myself? An 18-year-old who never learned anymore, their first idea is put a word on there, put the definition, put the translation, and maybe an image. And that's all it goes. That's as far as it goes. What does that do? That's a pathetic, low surface level use of your time. If that's what an expert would say, right? Like the ones that's focused on performance and efficiency, they would say, oh yeah, you're not utilizing all of that. It's like, well, Anki is not responsible for telling the people how to do that. At least Duo makes an attempt to say, hey, you have to repeat and you have to translate this stuff, and then you have to hear this stuff. And yeah, oh yeah, we'll try to put a reminder to encourage you to speak out loud, right? All this stuff is prescribed to you. So when something is prescribed to you, it's easy to criticize. When you try to criticize Anki, you can't. It's nebulous. It's intricate. It's dynamic. It's emphasized by the community. So the community is gigantic. Duo is a prescription. It's easier to criticize things that are prescribed. They are a one-size-fits-all attempt. And it draws criticism because it's not bad or any worse than Anki. Anki's infrastructure doesn't have a prescription. It doesn't have a standard. When you compare the nature of criticizing something, it's easier to criticize an exam that is fixed versus an exam that changes every single day on a whim. So when linguists and stuff go and criticize things, they don't talk about the psychology behind how a product appears more negative or more positive. If you write a book and it never changes, it's easier to criticize that product than a book that like a webisode of a novel that constantly change with your experience. What will happen is the current episodes will always generally feel, if that person is building skills, right, will feel more complete than the previous one. This is the difference between a live service and an open source like tool. So Minecraft, right? Minecraft versus an open world, fixed open world game. Minecraft, fixed open world game. what the developers of a fixed open world game have to do is they have to express their opinions through their games and do their design that they feel is best and leave it up for the critics. Minecraft is a tool where it's only reflective of the person that's using it. Anki is that tool. So when I tell people, how much Japanese do you know? And how motivated are you? You're very motivated. You're very brilliant. Use Anki. I don't even have to explain how to use Anki. In Duo, they're trying to not explain why it works. That's what makes it approachable. That's why it makes it still the most popular language app. It's removing explaining why it works. All the critics are the people who know why it works and why it doesn't work. So they suggest tools like Anki because you don't know why it works or why it doesn't work. You know why it works just for you. So when you pick up Anki, it will always work if you already know what works for you. Duo is providing something where the person has no idea what works for them. Like, hey, how do I approach learning Japanese? Use Anki. That's so short-sighted, I can't even begin to express how terrible that is, in my opinion, from a learning perspective. So, how do I get into being technologically literate? Use Linux. Like, what the heck? It's like, well, don't worry. All the pain, hard sweat, and high learning curve, you'll love it. You'll learn from all that. It's like, well, okay, provided that person never stops learning, right? Provided that product doesn't, it's kind of like asking someone, oh, hey, go skydiving. How do you learn to skydive? Start by skydiving. Well, there are times when they never come back. Figuratively, not literally. I'm using a literal example to illustrate the same consequences on a mental level. When you say Anki is the perfect example, and this person's like telling you already they have no idea how to study. It's been a long time since they studied. They don't know how to stay consistent. They're suffering from like mood swings and stuff. And the first thing you say is use Anki and not explain anything about what Anki doesn't do, which is it doesn't tell you how to study. It literally does not tell you how to study. It's a tool you use when you already know how to study. So you recommend Anki, and they're like, well, okay, what do I do now? I guess I'll just write some words on a flashcard and hope I remember them. And they have no other sources of inspiration. So not only is it so aggravating to me, I think it's a pet peeve of mine at this point, where someone says, oh, Duolingo started sucking, so I went to Anki because Anki is better. You only know how to use Anki because you've experienced something on Duo. In fact, a lot of things you end up putting on your Anki flashcards is the techniques that Duo introduced to you. Only now you intuitively refined on it. Oh, Duo's moving too slow. I'm going to use Anki so that it is faster at a pace I like. What do you still do? You still do the same thing Duo does. You put a word on there, you translate it, you put a romaji, you put images on there, you put voice samples. You still do that thing, but at a faster pace. And then like you use Duo, it's like, oh yeah, you know, they don't get me to write anything really well. I don't even know Anki does writing, probably. I guess like literal writing. Like maybe it does. Like you pull up a flashcard and then you can use your finger on your phone to do the writing or something like that. Like Duo doesn't do that. It's like, okay, I'll use another tool that has that writing. It's synergistic. It's not deconstructive, like destructive. You don't learn how to better learn if you think you don't owe it to things that tells you that they don't do things, right? Like for example, in Duolingo, it's moving too slow. You find a faster thing. Duolingo doesn't teach you grammar. You find something that does teach you grammar because you realize grammar is missing. You can't know that if you haven't done Duolingo. Just like you can choose to use Python, like a programming language. We'll use programming language. I talked about this in with someone else yesterday. You use Python to get into C++, or you can just jump to C++. If you just jump into C++ and skip something else like Python, that doesn't say anything about the merits of Python. It only tells me that you do not have an appreciation for what Python does. So when someone says, oh, Duo was so slow, my first question is, how long have you used Duo? And then cut it off there. So when someone says, oh yeah, I did the first like 3 units and it was too slow, then my first inclination is, when someone says, oh yeah, Duo sucks because I only used the first 3 sections, like, well, your knowledge is only about the first 3 sections. It's too slow for you in the first 3 sections. I accept that. Do not, in a professional sense, ever overextend your experience. You do not know what the rest of Duolingo is. If alternatively, that person could read someone else's opinions and op-eds, collect their experiences on the rest, and then make an inferred judgment on that. But generally, that's where it ends. When someone says, oh yeah, this is too slow, so I use other tools. Good for you, man. Very good. You saw a problem, and it was because of Duolingo. As in, you have to thank Duolingo for existing in order to give you an idea of what pace you're learning at. And to me, when someone says they're only focused on speed, if you want my unsolicited advice, that is an incredibly one-dimensional way of learning. So I hope, in my opinion, that one-dimensional way also naturally get you to focus on other dimensions of learning. Like, I'm not worried about that person because they're motivated, even if it's just one thing, they're motivated to iterate and get better. So that's far better than someone that comes to you and say, what are your tips on using Duolingo? And my first thought is, have you used a learning program before? Or have you learned something on your own before? That would be my first question. Like, where is this person's experience? Because generally, when someone's asking how to start learning, you don't provide what is the best learning tool. You ask them, where is their learning comprehension? Because regardless of how good the tool is, to your perspective, if this person doesn't have an idea of what their learning capacity is, you start there. So when someone says, oh yeah, you know, I have no idea how to remember things. In high school, I had trouble remembering things. It's like, let's start with there. We'll start with products that will give you an idea, as in any product that forces a philosophy. Test them out. Try them out for a week or 2. And why do I recommend Duo then? For those people who have no idea where to start. That's the sentiments. And I don't even think the harshest critics for Duo can even argue against that, because that's the only thing they say Duo, they concede that Duo is useful for. I don't see that. However, at least I'm not making a hot take here. So for me, if you're asking right now, if you've never learned a second language, start with Duo. Find out when it stops giving. Write down everything that it stops giving. And find another tool to move on to. What is going to make Duo always more popular, in my opinion, the way they're doing it, is that they are the first step. That's how business works. Like, how does McDonald's work? If you discover McDonald's first, you know, like, not, this isn't true anymore, but let's just say, back in the day when fast food was cheap, it's the first step on your food journey. It's the most accessible. People pick up a burger, it's like, oh yeah, now I have a baseline. Now, how do I compare everything? I want more. than McDonald's. They go to a fancy restaurant. They go to somewhere else that does it better for higher cost. But the cost is now reflected in the person's experience. Anki is that. Anki, in my opinion, if you understand logical systems, like A leads to B leads to C, where A is quote unquote the foundations. Anything that A lacks and criticize lead to a refinement of a B product, right? Anki is later down the road, no matter what. And guess what? When you become specialized in your head, when you become more experienced and you have more expertise and stuff, genuinely, when someone is really focused on their self-improvement, anything later is often better. When you say the later products that you use is worse, that's a reflection of your own experience most of the time. You're not benefiting yourself by seeking better things, in my opinion. If you're not reviewing things and like searching for novelty, if you are working on bettering yourself, all the products later in your life cycle in the human condition will review better. In my opinion, that's psychology 101. I feel like a logic class and a psychology class is necessary, maybe in senior year of high school or some way, because people need, in my opinion, this can help so many people on figuring out where they need to start and not necessarily be so worried about where they're going to end up, because generally the end is as long as you succeed, the end will always be better. Like as you're going will always be better than where you started. So when you're reviewing a product, why is Duolingo so much more divisive? It's the beginning of things. The beginning of things, as long as you continue doing it, the beginning things will always be more lacking than what you end up with. You are more experienced, you are more intelligent, you're self-improved. All the tools that can cater to a later stage in your learning career is going to be more comprehensive than your beginning career. So before experts come in and say, oh yeah, I want you to get to the finish line now, as in start with the finish line, that's so myopic, in my opinion. That's unfeeling, detached, and almost unjustly non-objective. Like what I mean is, it's ironically being pushed as being objective, but it's so more hyper subjective than it is saying, what are all the beginning products? Duo is a beginner's product. Please use Duo if you have no idea where to start. If you already have 2 or 3 language under your belt, do not use Duo. It is for people that are uninitiated. And that is the highlight of Duo. What does a product look like when it's about the initiated? It looks like Duo, which Anki can never look like. Anki will never be able to look like that, ever. It will cease to be Anki if they start prescribing everyone to make flashcards a certain way. Like imagine if Anki just comes out and say, hey, we're going to become a business now. We're going to open up into the public space and have investors help us expand. The first thing it's going to do is those investors are going to implement standards that Anki has to promote. So then in the future, all your Anki flashcards will not be customizable. They will pick out the best version of everything based on statistics. What does this sound like? This sounds like Duolingo, right? Based on statistics, and all your flashcards will adhere to that standard. It'll provide consistency, consistent results. Then Anki can, the developers of Anki can go out and say, we cater to mid-level learners, and that's it. And if they communicate that, all their target audience will be satisfied with the product. that is Duolingo. All the people who criticize Duolingo is expecting it to be a product it is not. At least in my opinion. So when it comes to learning products, everything is cumulative, not destructive or deconstructive. And when someone comes in and say, oh yeah, I use Anki and LingQ now, darn straight you should be. Because if you're not a beginner, don't use Duolingo, I suppose. If you're into the fast-paced thing, absolutely. Why have I not moved on to Anki or like LingQ? That's not my interest. My interest is about the learning process. It's not about Japanese. Like, I'm relearning how to learn slowly. I'm learning things that Duo can improve. My goal is to provide commentary on what Duo doesn't do and does do in the long run. Right? Okay. What language have I learned? I only learned Japanese. Dojo. On YouTube. Only Japanese so far. It's a really long road. I will not start a new language for another 2 months. 2+ months. If not 4 more months. It will take half a year, I'm estimating, before I'm almost entirely move on from Japanese Duolingo into something else for Japanese. And even then, it will be Duolingo on the new language in Duolingo, right? In Duolingo, while continuing my Japanese education somewhere else. But Duo is not going away. It's part of the process. That's what process-oriented learning is, not end goal learning. I really dislike end goal learning. It's like, hey, look at me. I'm a polyglot. And this is the end goal. You want to come to the end goal. So everything I say is reinforced by the end goal. No, I like the process. So I'm not going to tell you that I'm focusing on what I already done in order to give credibility to the way I'm doing things. I want you to see all of those hurdles. I want you see that I'm having this digression because it breathes life into the process. It's about appreciating all the products that are given to you through the hard work and balance of other people. You are stepping on the shoulders of other people. You yourself have not created these products. So keeping that in mind makes one less entitled to pushing other people's hard work aside for your own or for another person and hiding behind righteous indignation, as in, oh, I care about you because I'm giving you advice on better products. You did not create those products either. So that person extends their credibility by opportunistically using other people's products and also unemotionally and apathetically criticizing other people's products at the same time. So to me, that is legitimately, in my opinion, contrast to learning. Right? This one thing that had a pill that is very difficult to swallow is a professional that says, oh yeah, you should make mistakes, like in natural conversation, so you can learn from them. And then they proceed to spend 30 minutes talking about how to avoid mistakes. And not in the sense of their capacity. They talk about, oh yeah, in language, you should make mistakes, learn naturally, get feedback from other people. And then it's like, but in language learning apps, you should avoid mistakes. You should avoid using products that don't give you the whole picture, don't give you the whole thing, and causes you to make mistakes. And then you have to learn how to fix those mistakes. I'm not offering solutions to that. I'm avoiding them. So instead of someone saying, oh, you like Duolingo, here are things you want to consider when you're using Duolingo, because Duolingo doesn't do these things. So I'll give you some advice on how to fill in the Duolingo gaps, but continue to use Duolingo. Now, as an expert, I know what Duolingo lacks. So let's add these things on. Oh, if you're 300 day streak into Duolingo, I've been there. And now let me suggest to you what you can add along the way while continuing to use Duolingo. That is constructive criticism. That is not destructive criticism. Destructive criticism is, hey, by 90 days, just drop Duolingo. Forget that it ever exists. And to me, that person who dropped it, they forgot everything that Duolingo has to offer. They will never be able to provide advice on Duolingo ever again. Because what they're going to go on to do, in my opinion, is reinforce the misconception that they didn't start with Duolingo. They rather just skip to Anki and skip to unaided, non-prescribed things. So when they go and finally offer advice to someone, they sound like an arrogant ego learner that has no attachment to where they used to be. That's kind of like saying someone got rich and they forgot their roots, right? When you got rich, you start behaving like rich people and you forgot what it's like to earn $1. Like, even if you're rags to riches, if you get caught up in the wave, you get so complacent and so comfortable with that, you forget how to relate to people who don't have anything, who are poor. That's the same process. It's a human condition. It's not bad or good. It's what humans do, in my opinion. It's one of those natural consequences that you have to be aware of. When you offer advice, don't confuse it with therapy, in my opinion. I think a lot of times when people offer advice, they lump it with therapy, as in, oh yeah, you're gonna feel bad later. Like I can imagine whoever learned language have heard this before already. Like, oh, but then you're gonna be upset. Just wait. Just trust me. You're going to feel bad and you're going to feel like you're gonna waste your time if you continue using this product. That's gaslighting. When you're offering advice and you're not a therapist or a psychologist and you have no framework of emotional intelligence, don't in my opinion, please be don't do it, because you need to practice, right? You need to practice it as well. So I'm not saying cut cold turkey. Be aware. I truly wish, be aware that when you're offering advice and you do not have any emotional intelligence yet, like you didn't practice that, your advice is not therapy yet. It can be therapeutic, as in when someone lacks motivation, giving advice, say, oh, you'll be motivated by using Anki. It's like, trust me, bro. When you use Anki, you'll somehow magically develop motivation. That is offering advice and overextending your experience. When you lack emotional intelligence and you're offering advice on a thing that you're successful in, you're not actually offering emotional therapy. So when you phrase things like Anki will make you feel less insecure, Anki will make you feel like you're not wasting your time, Anki will make you feel like you're sorry Anki, I actually really love the product and the idea of Anki. I just happen to be using all the buzzwords that people use, like LinkQ and stuff. I'm not saying their product is bad. I think their product does something else. That's not the advice that a lot of people have come to expect. So Anki does other things. Try not to, in my opinion, project emotional things. When you're offering a product, what is the thing that most people don't like about businesses? They prey on FOMO, on fear, doubt. It's pretty much what is the abbreviation that most people say? FOB, right? Or FUMO, like, what is it? Like fear, doubt, uncertainty, right? FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD, right? And you're doing that, in my opinion, by being short-sighted and not emotionally available. When someone says, why use Anki? They're like, oh, trust me, you're going to feel like you're wasting your time with Duo. That's why you use Anki. Or like, you're going to find out that Duo doesn't teach you fluency. Use LingQ. Well, I'm going to be real with you. None of those tools stand alone to give you fluency. You basically used FOMO and fear, like FUD, to promote the thing that you want. And none of them stand alone. So now you got a whole bunch of communities at each other's throats when all they care about is trying to encourage people to learn. Like, the bottom line is everyone still has the same goal. They want to encourage everyone to learn. And yet you have infighting. It's so distracting, in my opinion. I think the biggest distraction to education is that people are fighting each other to better educate people. That's so weird. Education is about the cumulative improvement of humans. So naturally, it's kind of exhausting, but at the same time, a very interesting topic. Super interesting. Sometimes I'm human too, right? I can be human. I'm secretly a robotic AI, by the way. I am an AI, deepfaked and all. So naturally, I don't have emotions about how noble people who want to encourage other people to learn language go around and starting fires and wildfires. Like, is your emotional intelligence that under practice that you rather start fires about learning language instead of trying to elevate language learning? Here's my hot take. Take it for what it's worth. If someone is putting down another product and they say they care about your learning, emotional intelligence would tell me, no, they don't. They care about their own ego and projecting their own ego, in my opinion, far more than caring about your well-being. A person that cares about your well-being asks questions and speak later. They have to know the situation before they actually speak about the situation. If you're trying to share your own opinions, that's a different story. When someone presents their own opinions because they say, I like Anki for these very reasons at a later stage, because I remember it was at a later stage, I hope this is helpful to you. When you get to that later stage, you're establishing all the conditions that Anki is useful. You're establishing all the conditions that LingQ is useful. That's confirmation bias, but in a constructive way. When you're saying Duo doesn't do this at a later stage, that's destructive. Because what is unsaid is everything that it does do. It's so much like science. It is incredibly and astronomically easier to say what things don't do versus what they actually offer. Right? So just like that, confirmation bias is just as weak as that. So when you say Anki helped you do something, that is weaker than everything it doesn't do. It's the whole package. When you go around and say Duolingo doesn't do this, and then Anki does this, I'm so sorry, Anki. Like X product, like the better product does this, but the previous product doesn't do this. First of all, you're taking the easiest, lowest route because you're saying a product you hate doesn't do this. That's the easiest, lowest effort route because it's easy to prove that something doesn't do something versus what it does do. Okay? And then literally you did the opposite weakest approach, which is to confirm the things the product you support does, which is the easiest thing to do to confirm what you do. So not only does a person present a case that is taking the least effort to disprove something, you are also taking the least effort to prove something. How do you prove something with the most effort? You null hypothesis test. you basically treat your product like you're treating Duolingo. Ask yourself, what does a product like Anki not do? I just highlighted that. It doesn't tell you what to do. That is one of the weakest things about Anki. Duolingo tells you what to do. Okay? That is far more trying to support a product you don't like and trying to challenge a product you do like is exponentially harder and will help a person learn and evaluate things far more rigorously than succumbing to ad hominem arguments about a product you don't like and confirmation bias on a product you do like. What does a normal internet conversation look like? 80 to 90% of the time, it fills these two axioms. Either that person is supporting and trying to convince a stranger, and it works. Just not on me. Most of the time, I have more questions than I have responses. But when you come to a person and you offer 80 to 90% of the time, they will tell you why they chose the product they're currently supporting with confirmation bias only, and then why you should stop using a product using ad hominem arguments. What does ad hominem arguments look like? Sometimes it can be a little bit suspicious. Like you can say, Duolingo is slow. And sometimes you can subtextually think, oh, they're actually criticizing the developers, not the product itself. Why do I say that? Well, after using Duolingo for 35 days, I know Duolingo is not slow. It is actually quite unnecessarily fast with its vocabulary. It's fast because it doesn't explain anything. It's actually really hard to slow down, as in you're constantly blitzing forward with no understanding of your things. It's actually going really fast. It's so fast that, yeah, that's what leads. It's counterintuitive. I know it's counterintuitive. Most people blame Duolingo for going too slow so you don't learn anything. It's actually going too fast so you don't learn anything because it doesn't explain anything. And now I understand where I'm so confused by people's criticisms, where they're saying, oh, I've done 600 days, but I didn't learn anything. It's like, wait, well, if you didn't learn anything, and the next complaint is that they're going really slow, how can going slow mean you didn't learn anything? So my first inclination is, well, let's test this. Like, I'm confused, so now I need to figure out why a product that is notoriously known to be slow is also notoriously known to not educate people on things. This is not a subjective take. When you slow down, humans get an opportunity to learn more. Like, what I mean is, they don't like learn less when they slow down. They learn more. You learn less when you're moving too fast. Is usually the case. I'm going to say 95% of the time. The human condition is that when you have a product that's criticized for being super slow, how do you explain that with a product that is also criticized for not helping anyone learn anything in a language? So the idea is, one hypothesis that you want to challenge is maybe they belong to two different groups of people. Maybe the slow is because people are fast, right? Are fast and competent. And then the people who are not learning anything are slower and not competent. And that's not that they're bad or good, it's they're different learners. There are two different groups of learners that are offering two different types of criticisms. So you don't slap them together, right? It's not slapping them together. That doesn't stop someone from reading an article about Duolingo and they say, oh, Duolingo is slow and it doesn't help you learn anything about language. That is oxymoronic from a learning perspective. From a psychological perspective, that legitimately is so illogical. I needed to prove it to I needed to challenge that notion. So my notion is it slow? And do I not learn anything? Right? That's the null hypothesis. I had to challenge my beliefs. I believe that when someone slows down, they are more likely to learn something. That is my hypothesis. When you need to learn something complicated, you slow down in order to learn it. So my bias is that's my hypothesis. So I have to challenge it. I have to support the idea that a product can be slow and uneducational at the same time. So after 34 days, this is absolutely nearly 95% of the time not the case. Duolingo is suffering from going too fast. It is suffering from being too streamlined, and it's not actually going too slow. The people who are going fast is likely constituting a different group of people who move on very quickly to Anki because they already have comprehension of their learning techniques. And then it's a separate group. It's more likely a separate group that is moving not fast enough for Duolingo. So they go through 60-day streaks and haven't learned significant amount of detail. I actually force myself to slow down because I actually think Duolingo doesn't explain a lot of things. So you naturally slow down even more. And that's a symptom of going too fast. Duolingo is assuming too many things. So one of the criticisms is that I don't think Duolingo is actually as good for beginners as I initially thought it was. I actually think that it's going too fast. It's assuming that people are fast. They know patterns, they know combinations, and they naturally discover and learn all the things as long as Duolingo points to them, right? Like, hey, this is a new word. Use that, and we're going to wrap it back up to this. Like, like Lotus mentioned, he had the constant compulsion to learn on the side because Duolingo is just moving on. It's moving faster than it needs to. It's not slowing down for grammar points. It's not slowing down for new words and new combinations. It's quite literally the opposite. And I'm still, to this day, going to continue trying to see where I think people are getting this idea where it's both slow and terrible for language learning. And to me, it's like so many science interpretations, scientific journal interpretations. One science article says drinking wine is great. One article says drinking wine causes cancer. So what happens when it finally gets to the casual person? Oh, I heard drinking wine is both healthy for you and bad for you. Ta-da! Like, no, it's not. The cancer thing is a very specific case, and the health benefits of wine is another specific case. It's not cumulatively the same thing, like the same time frame. So when people go around and they lump this all together, it comes out to Duolingo doesn't do anything. It's slow. It creates bad habits. It doesn't teach you anything in language. It has no vocabulary. Holy heck. I can't even process right now. I'm trying to figure out how people got to the point where they say Duolingo doesn't teach you hiragana, it doesn't teach you katakana, and it doesn't teach you any kanji. That is literally coming out of the mouths of professionals, or so-called professionals, or so-called native speakers, or so-called successful secondary acquisition people. How do you logically get to the point where you're spewing this type of misconception that is almost illogical to happen together? Time is the factor. When did all of this happen?
on one point and groups and pre-selection groups, right, is coming from multiple sources across multiple times. Duolingo is not all of these things to all of the people and all at the same time. People who learn slow are not going fast enough for Duolingo, so they don't learn anything. People who are going too fast are leaving Duolingo, so they don't know what it's like to be slow. Those are different times, different subsets of people. However, when you go on the internet, what do? They put it all on the list and do not qualify how they do not overlap. If you're into the Japanese language, you should, in my opinion, be really familiar with the idea of use cases in language. Duolingo is not slow, a bad habit generator, doesn't help you learn anything, preys on your FOMO and emotions all at the same time, nor is it all applicable to the prospective person. Some of that stuff will be true. Some of that stuff will be the silver lining. In fact, Duolingo will have many silver linings. However, the ego learners will remove any of that possibility. So what will you not learn? How to motivate yourself? Any form of gamification that works for you? How you respond to listening? How often you speak out loud? All these things you're never going to do. So if you avoid Duolingo, you'll never do any of them. That's just it. Let's do another social experiment. And I haven't done this yet. Compare an Anki user to someone who has used other products and an Anki user who started with Anki. Statistically, if you have a enough body of data, I'm going to probably say the people who start with Anki will have far less comprehensive methods and things like inspirations and permutations of learning on Anki than those who have tried other products. Because you don't have experience with other products. You don't know what other products do well and don't do. So you don't have the input of that when you're developing your own Anki flashcards. Experience is cumulative. It's not destructive, in my opinion. When you're learning, it's cumulative, not destructive. Most of the time. There are very exceptional cases, of course. I don't like talking absolutes, but most of the time. So when you're going around and saying, I need to unlearn something, that is the quintessential cognitive dissonance with learning. You don't ever discard your XP. When you have a tool that's super flexible, that's fantastic. Like Anki, I would use all my tools. In fact, I will learn so slow with Anki because I will spend more time, maybe 80 to 90% of the time, making Anki flashcards than using them. And guess how I'm going to adjust my way to learning Anki? I'm not going to even use Anki for its own purpose. Here's how I will learn with Anki, and not anyone else. I'll tell you how I will learn with Anki. I will make the flashcards as detailed as I can, and I'll erase it and do it again. Every single day, I erase the flashcards, never save any of the flashcards. I would create flashcards over the lifetime of my use of Anki. Because for me, making the flashcards is the most highest effort that I see Anki as a tool. If you can make a flashcard, grab an image, do the romaji, do the kana, do the kanji, make an animation, draw something, record yourself and put it on a mic and then add it to a flashcard, you've already done everything Anki is designed to do. It's kind of like what does Duo do? They remove all that and get you to do things. So for me, that's my hot take on Anki. If like a huge group of people want me to use Anki and demonstrate, where will I start on using Anki? I will start by just making flashcards and never using them. I'll continue making flashcards until I run out of ideas. That's it. That is my hot take. Because if you can make a great flashcard, actually, I will make the flashcards and I'll upload them. Even better, even meta than that. I will make flashcards, save them, and just upload them to Anki for anyone to use or anyone to be inspired. Because the strongest aspect of Anki that Duo can't do is community. So I will make as glorious flashcards as I can, and I'll just upload it. That's it. I will never use my own flashcards. That's it. Yeah, other apps and whatnot provide structure, whereas Anki is just flashcards, but it does depend which Anki decks though. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Not what I said, T. Because some are structured as courses, which are coupled with grammar, audio, and everything. Yeah, just that's not it. That's not the underlying principles. But I get what you mean. If Anki serves that to you, then that's fair. The underlying principles is the community tells you. The community provides Anki's flexibility. That's it. Not it depends, not if you're comparing it to Duo, Anki is unstructured. That's it. There's no structure in Anki. Structure is produced by someone. So when you're talking about if it depends on someone else's structure, like if Anki, if you download something that's Anki, it's a Duo in Anki, not Anki itself. Right? Like you are downloading different Duos in Anki. When you're downloading someone's things, it's their size, it's their structure that they're providing. Anki itself is Minecraft. It's Minecraft. When you go into a Minecraft world, you are in their Duo. You are in their Minecraft world. Minecraft itself is unstructured. Besides the fundamental parts. It's like language, right? When you learn Japanese, that sentence you construct is yours. It's your sentence. Or at least you try to be your sentence. At least in English, right? Yeah, so Anki is primarily used for vocab acquisition, though not really as a tool to learn a language. That's fair. Sort of. You know, if you download the Anki course, a certain Duo course in Anki, they'll probably suggest you could learn a language from them, right? Anki alone isn't viable. Yes, everything. Yeah, it's everything. So that's kind of my digression. I wanted to commit to this digression. I was gonna save this concept for another 25 days. It's gonna reappear in a more developed way. I will tell you again all the things that Duo doesn't do, and then I'll tell you where to get them, or where to get them in yourself, because I don't use other tools. So where's that other advice coming from? My advice tends to be, where can I find that other stuff if I don't already have it? If I do have it, I will literally do those things. So Duo doesn't track all the kanji. They try to, but they miss a few kanji. I literally write them down somewhere else. Can I use Anki to do that? Yes, you can. What I'm going to do is I'm going to describe what I'm doing, and if someone knows a tool that does that, they go and use it. That is constructive. It's telling you what I do, not what I'm looking and expecting to have. That's entitlement and privilege. Is it the fastest way? No. I hope other people find faster ways. And if I don't know the answer to it, I will say what I'm looking for. So if Duo is lacking dynamic synthetic conversations. Or if Duo is lacking real speakers that you can talk to, I don't know what that service looks like. So if I know Duo is not having it, my first thought is I should offer advice on where can I find other people to talk to? Where is a great place to? And I'll leave it at that. Those are the questions you should be asking yourself, right? I didn't look for the solution, but at least I can ask the correct questions, or the questions that help people look for these things. If you don't have the answer, provide appropriate questions. I don't know if I say I don't know if Duo is fast or slow, I can at least express what contributes to fast, what contributes to slow. So here I'm saying this thing, which sparked this whole digression, by the way, so let's take it back to the beginning and we can wrap this up, is that this type of design is what I would consider fast. Why is it fast? In logical systems, it's a leap of logic. They are assuming by this design so many things about the person. They're assuming the target audience is not interested in grammar points. That's what it's communicating to me. It's not interested in grammar points. It's not interested in hand holding you. Like, they're not trying to hold your hands on explaining things. Is that a good or bad thing? It's up to you. It's up to you to decide. But what this logically does is it leaps over and assumes three things. Like, at least three things that I am aware of. You are competent and you answer your own questions if there's not information in it, right? You're competent in finding out if you can't figure it out. This is a game. Figure it out. And last one, you have no time for excess details outside of the mechanical goal of getting it right. Those are three big ones. There are a lot of like different variances on that. So this design led to everything I said in the last hour and a half. It is going too fast. When people come up to me and say, "Oh, it's too slow. You don't learn anything, and it doesn't explain anything," that's a leap of logic. When you don't stop to explain things, it's going too fast. I'm just saying. Think about it logically. Let's just think about it logically. If you have to explain something, you have to spend time explaining it. So, if you're telling me that this language program is going too slow and it doesn't explain anything, that's oxymoronic. You go slower when you have to explain something. Like that, it's not subjective here. I'm telling you now. Like, stop gaslighting me. At least unintentionally gaslighting me and telling me that this product is basically illogical to you. That I hope that you see that now, at least in my opinion, to those 6 or 7 critical like experts say this, experts say that. I hope it's fairly clear that I hope you learn all the languages in the world and you're super happy about it. And I hope you know that I'm going to learn very slowly, or however way I do, and we have mutual respect. But when you tell me something, I hope you know that the thing you're saying is incredibly illogical. And I literally gave you the benefit of the doubt and went out of my way to try to prove if that's possible. Because I don't have all the experiences in the world. But I know that it will be very hard to convince me, a logical person, and kind of emotionally intelligent, to say that something is both slow and not comprehensive. Okay? Or is comprehensive. Sorry, like you want something to be comprehensive and not slow is another way to say it. Or fast, let's use positive words. You want something to be fast and comprehensive. That's usually like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, I can learn everything about a language as fast as possible. Like, okay, that's more acceptable because it's all positive, right? Now let's flip it. The product is slow and you don't learn anything. Does that track? Does that make sense? Well, no, it doesn't. It's not. It's incredibly illogical. And that's the most, in my opinion, all the critics, that's the most common. For me, personal experience, the most common so far. I was gonna save this again because I need more time and more strangers to talk to me and share with me their opinions, because it matters. It does matter. I'm not saying those opinions don't matter. The idea is I need to understand why someone thinks that Duolingo is both slow and you don't learn anything. As a person who loves to teach people, that is literally going to destroy all my approaches to learning. Like, I can't help people by going faster so they learn more. Like, that's so often not the approach. When someone is excessively depressed and they have no way of processing, they're overwhelmed, they're insecure, their mind is racing at 8 billion miles per hour, they're tripping and they're struggling with things. The first thing you're trying to teach them is not to speed up, it's to slow down. So if you're telling me that products need to be fast and comprehensive, that is absolutely almost 99.9% incredibly illogical. So I had to ask myself, did Duolingo do the impossible? Or the highly improbable, I suppose. Highly improbable, because I don't know what that looks like yet. Did Duolingo manage to be both slow, incomprehensible, and unrewarding? 3. Both unrewarding is the third prong. Like, they don't feel like they're learning anything, right? And progress is slow and it's boring. Unrewarding is the third prong. It's all 3: slow, incomprehensible, and unrewarding. These 3 things is almost like expecting a hot, cold, fire, ice in the ocean. Like, I don't understand. I actually legitimately, logically don't understand how that's possible. And the criticisms like this come out like it's so natural. Like, oh yeah, it's common sense now, guys. It's common sense. Duolingo is slow. It's obtrusive. It's it actually, even more exaggerated, it actually is bad for you to use Duolingo because it doesn't teach you anything. It teaches you things the wrong way. That's just the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper. So we'll wrap it up. It's kind of a negative thing. I know it's a negative thing, and I don't try to focus. I try very hard not to be too negative. In the end of the day, all the advice on the internet about Duolingo, Anki, Babbel, LingQ, total immersion, moving to Japan, everyone wants to learn a language. And I really hope that I can end with the sentiment that language learning, much like Anki's community and how it's useful, is sometimes we want to slow down and exercise a bit of emotional intelligence. I don't necessarily think focusing on what things don't work because you disagree with them, and then focusing on things that do work because you agree with them, is naturally exercising emotional intelligence, right? So in the end of the day, I am making Duolingo work for me, not having Duolingo work me. That's a difference, in my opinion. I know that's a little subtlety in English, and we're talking about language learning, but a tool does not define me. A tool offers me avenues to improve myself. Your mileage varies based on how much you're using the tool, not the other way around. As in, and I quite literally had a very talented person who told me they are only a fast learner because they use fast tools. And to some extent, and I'm not saying it's not true, the answer is both. My answer to them when I disagreed with them is yes and no. The answer is both. You can be a fast learner, you can continue to be a fast learner and increase how fast you are, and get even faster or better with tools that are faster and better. The answer is both. I'd like to end on this digression on the concept that humans make all these tools, right? And when it comes to learning, you have access. I hope you have access to all these tools, which actually isn't true, by the way. So that's a fair argument in Duolingo's avenue when it comes to accessibility. However, all the tools you have access to, I hope there is someone in this universe, in the YouTube platform or TikTok or your favorite influencer, that the algorithm will provide you with all the possible tools, and they're not telling you not to use something, they're telling you how to use the tool. That is process-oriented thinking, not endpoint thinking. You go around and say, this tool will make you feel sad. That's endpoint thinking. How can you use Duolingo to prevent yourself from becoming sad over time? How do you use Duolingo to make up for the weaknesses or the things it just simply doesn't do by design? That is focusing on process-oriented problems or process-oriented learning. You are focused on the process of things that it lacks. So when you're looking for advice, in my opinion, it's awkward because it's advice on advice. Read the subtext. If someone is truly worried about your progress and your stuff, they would exercise emotional intelligence. So they would try to resonate with you first. Like, hey, yeah, I remember when I was like this. Like, man, getting through the foot through the door. If you're one of those person, come on, I have a couple of advice for you. That's establishing emotional intelligence first. So they're not like misleading you, as in using a blanketed statement where you assume that this person is exactly like you and then you take their advice verbatim. So they establish emotional intelligence and then they focus on the journey of how to get to the end. They don't hustle you and tell you, this is how I became fluent in 37 languages. Just do this. That's a hustle. That's a hustle. You have no instructions. Cannot compute. It's practically a meme on YouTube now, especially YouTube Shorts, where someone says, here's a tutorial on becoming a great, chef. And then it shows a really rapid 1-minute segment. And then the first, most highlighted comments, cannot compute. I did this and now I have 4 less fingers. Right. It's actually self-aware. I feel like the YouTube comments are becoming self-aware of the internet hustle culture. So if you want someone, especially for Japanese, shout outs to Dogen. Man, that man is a workhorse. I like to consider myself a kind of workhorse, but he has a day job. He has a family too. That's incredible. I don't have a family nor a day job. So it might seem like I'm putting in a lot of time, but I also don't. Yeah. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, Lotus. No worries. No worries. I thought my stream failed. People see language YouTubers say it and then just regurgitate it, or they use dual. Yeah, it's an echo chamber. Or I find that usually, yes, T. So sorry for waiting on that. I wanted to lead it into, it's an echo chamber. So echo chambers are dangerous, and dangerous in the sense that it is dangerous to someone who's not competent. So the first thing I would raise, this is where Indy should come in and say, I'm a psychology major and I want to talk about echo chambers. No, I'm just kidding. Indy is a great guy. Echo chambers. Echo chambers mean it suddenly becomes everything all at once. When you echo something enough, it accumulates all the things and it all happens at once. For example, how we got to the state where duo is all 4 things or 5 things or 7 things illogically. It can't coexist. Like that stuff just not coexist. And somehow someone could say it, and my first thought is, can you explain to me how, like, in what way is it slow, and in what way does it not teach you anything? And I don't even say that it doesn't make sense to me, because the last thing I want to do is make an ad hominem argument, right? I'm not attacking the person or their logic. I'm trying to get the person to explain it to me, and if they can explain it to me, they educate me. They explain to me something I didn't know, like that was possible. If they don't explain it to me, I would ask them questions, some more questions, and I hope in the long run, perhaps we can come to some sort of exchange of ideas where, yeah, that's absolutely absurd. Maku-san, what I said earlier was absolutely absurd. How can something be so slow that's so boring and yet I learn nothing? It is possible. There are one extraneous circumstance. You choose not to learn anything. Because if you're super bored, technically you can choose not to learn anything. But that's on you. That's on the person, not on the product. The product literally is created to give you information. You choose to absorb that information or not. When it goes slower, it is even longer time for you to absorb that information. And you spent an even longer time. If you say you didn't, the only possible way mentally, like emotionally intelligently, I can accept this premise is that not only did you not care for the product, you're bored out of your mind, not engaged. So that's a Duolingo issue. That is actually a Duolingo issue where they focus on a lot to the detriment of comprehension. They are focused on engagement because they are still finding out that people say somehow their product is slow. Like, think about Duolingo's like feedback, like the experts that they hire. If I worked for a company, my position would probably be an advisory role, right? I would be in a place where I would disseminate and try to figure out how to interpret these comments to better the product if I were working for such a company. And my criticism is here. This is how I would partition and parse the noise. As in, how can the product I work for be both slow, incomprehensible, and boring? So how can I speed the product up, increases engagement, all at the same time be more comprehensive? That is so off the walls, difficult. I can't even imagine what it's like to be a designer at Duolingo. And that's not even true. And that's the downside. So now they're going to try to change their product thank goodness, I actually see that Duolingo follows their vision. I absolutely love it, because if you don't balance outside criticism with your own like objective perceptions, like how you can test this, what will happen is your product will look like an impossible mess. It will try to be fast but comprehensive, and like it's an impossibility task, and that's so difficult. Like how do you disentangle and parse these things? You hire experts, right? You hope that you have an Q&R, like R&D department that do Q&As and follow on trends and understand psychological behavior and all that. You have lots of experts that will try to parse this. So unlike what most people will say, my first thought is Duolingo needs to slow down. It needs to include more information. That is logical. Duolingo needs to speed up and also teach me more things. That is illogical. That is quite legitimately, almost nearly an impossibility, that you can speed something up and expect to learn more when you're already having trouble learning something at the current speed that Duolingo is designed. The way you get more information is you slow down. And the funny thing is, the people who use other tools, because Duolingo doesn't have it, they're actually slowing down. And guess what? They learn more. So they would attribute it to Duolingo not slowing down, but it is, because they slowed down, but somehow they feel like they're learning faster. Like, well, no, you're learning faster because you're doing something Duolingo isn't doing. Like, you're learning more because Duolingo literally doesn't do that. So together, using Duolingo and finding out what Duolingo doesn't do is the whole thing. You still learn as fast as, on average, most people if they have the same goals. If you don't have the same goals, then yeah, you could be learning faster in one area than another person. But if your goal is the same, if you're the same person and you decide not to go look at other things, you're actually learning faster. You're going through things faster. But if you slow down, you learn more per time. What does that look like at the end? You'll learn a subset of certain things at the same volume, and you'll learn another subset of things in the other approach. So in two parallel universes, you'll learn the same volume. It's the same volume. If you put in 14 hours of time, you put in 14 hours of time. The difference is which 14 hours of time have volume that you care about. It's not faster, in my opinion, it's likely not faster or slower. It's the volume goes up, the volume of things you value. So if Duolingo doesn't provide that volume, then clearly Duolingo is too slow, right? Because it doesn't provide you with the things you care about at a faster rate. What does that mean? What does that apply? Confirmation bias. It provides confirmation bias because the information that you want is not provided by Duolingo, and therefore the tool that is providing the information you want is faster. That's not true. If you spend 10 hours, if Duolingo provided the same content that is interesting to you, obviously this is an oversimplification. I make a disclaimer. It's oversimplified. It's similar. The rate is similar. What makes it different is Duolingo can miss more often than you choosing what's important to you. So you use Duolingo, you find out what's important to you, and when you use that time, you'll always look for things that are important to you. That's confirmation bias. You are only looking for things that interest you. So no matter what, when you spend your time to look for things that are interesting to you, it's a more efficient. Psychologically, it is more efficient use of your time. It does not mean Duolingo is doing less. It's doing about the same. Just the approach that you have doesn't offer you meaningful things. And that's what they're trying to do. Duolingo has to create designs that make it look like it is important to you. They're trying to make this stuff important to you. What does that look like? Streaks. Racing people. Showing people that you care. Showing people that get adoration from people with streaking, or learning together, or leaderboards so you see that other people are learning. That's what they're doing. They're addressing what happens if we just have a model where no matter what type of context, right, whatever type of structure we apply, we have a foundation where no matter what we give them, it will feel like it's important. It's important to you. This is important to you. We're going to teach you Klingon now. It's important to you because the foundations is telling you this is important. And that's a dangerous tool. It is a dangerous tool, and that's what video game does. So then the quality drops. You see what I mean? Like the perceived quality drops. And that's a danger. Yes, I agree. That's actually one of the trade-offs, where then soon the product is not about elevating the quality of its context because it's no longer required. It has a foundation that always convinces you it's important. Meanwhile, on the flip side, whatever you choose to learn will be more important than the thing that you're leaving away from because it's confirmation bias. Try learning something you don't want to learn on your free time, and then ask yourself, does it feel fast or slow? Generally, it will probably feel slow and less efficient compared to something you're learning that you want to learn. Human condition. Psychology 101. Understand that, in my opinion, I love learning things I don't want to learn because it keeps me in touch with understanding that the things I do learn goes fast. Not literally. Time dilation and time contraction happens also emotionally. When you play a video game, time flies. When you love the video game. When you hate a video game, time dilates and makes you feel more miserable. But the time itself doesn't actually change. The volume stays the same. To me, I'm an advocate of healthy learning, and sometimes it's, okay, not even sometimes, all the time is worth going over the fundamentals of human psychology in order to make one feel happy about their own tendencies. Because when you understand this, in my opinion, if you understand these basic, like these fundamental cores of human condition, I think in general, it's my naive belief that nothing can stop you from learning anything. Because you understand that feelings are involved and you care about things. So when you understand how you feel about certain things, you can overcome them, use them to your advantage, or mitigate them. So how do you convince a person who's suffering, overweight, and cannot establish a lifestyle that allows them to lose the weight and also feel happy about themselves losing the weight? It starts with these things. It starts with, and I know I choose that because it's often a trending thing, but even something trivial like learning an excess language. Get it? An excess language? So when you're trying to convince someone why learning a second language is great, you gotta start with some emotional intelligence, right? You gotta convince someone why learn something beyond English if English is mandatory everywhere. Or like, you know what I mean? Like it supersedes the function. Like 90% of the time, you can use English. That's where you start. And understanding how people overcome these challenges, like if you're able to convince something like that, that means you understand yourself just as well. Because those are the things that keep you from doing the same thing. Like if it's not a language, it's going to be starting a new diet. If it's not a language, it's going to be about coming to terms with becoming old and not being able to run anymore or being physically fit. These are the foundations of the human condition. And talking about these things when learning new things, I believe that in the end, I can get to a point with someone and they say, yeah, it's not about how hard or easy it is. It's about whether I want to do it. Not if I can't or cannot, if I want to do it. And that's kind of where this is going, right? And of course, we'll take it back to the beginning where, yeah, I really think Duo is taking a lot of liberties here. They're cutting a lot of corners, which makes them go fast. This is too fast. I like to argue that maybe I would suggest integrating like some sort of incentive, like a gamified incentive to explore something. A lot of times web apps like these, what they would do is they would offer an external link. So what could they do? They could collaborate. Duo could collaborate with Anki. You see what I mean? So like maybe they don't need the infrastructure to develop it on their own. They could use new word, click on this, and it will generate the Anki flashcard for this tip. Think about that. Of course, now you have Anki community splintering from Duo community and taking jabs at each other. But what happens if they work together? What does that look like? To me, it would be a hyperlink on here. I click on it, and it will lead to a Duolingo collaboration with Anki's set of Anki flashcards. Win-win. So now it will promote Duo community to communicate and work with Anki community to create, what does that look like in gaming terms? Mods. It will allow mod support in a direct way, official mod support on top of Duo. So when you click on new word, it will pop out and go to your Anki source, and your Anki source will load that. It's like, hey, I want to
shower
like this. I want to add this to my Anki if they don't have the features. The alternative is Duolingo do it all in-house. Basically, they will create their own flashcards, put their flashcards somewhere on their app, and that's kind of what they're doing right now. You know, like putting a kanji section, a hiragana section, a guidebook. Those are the things that they're trying to get closer to the flashcard system, right? That Anki would do. They can collaborate. To me, that's not happening in language learning because everyone is ego learning on their own. They're constantly picking battles and taking dumps on other people's comments and other people's methods instead of working together. It's kind of really, really distracting. It almost reminds me of those people who like constantly argue about what's the best way to teach a kid. Here's an absolute. The best way to teach a kid is the most appropriate way to teach that kid. What does that look like? You don't know until you see the kids. Much like this, when you're offering advice to learning, leave your presumptions at the door. Unless you want to tackle the criticisms that Duo has to face every day. Because they are choosing to present learning in a specific way. It's easier or it's less strenuous on development if you create a tool that has no prescription. Because generally that becomes a Minecraft. It becomes a Roblox. It becomes a Terraria. It's less restrictive. It's unhinged. And the people that stay around are competent people. The people who aren't competent, you're not responsible for. So that's kind of like sitting in the privileged territory. I'm not going to make this too political, but when you're privileged, as in you're competent, and everyone around you is competent, then there's no problem. If you're in Japan and everyone conforms to the rules, there's no problem. All the people that get left behind, they're just ignored. Anki by design ignores that. The people who can't use Anki will not stay with Anki. So they don't stay there to complain about Anki. Duolingo enforces some type of prescription. So people will have an a response to it. They will have to experience something in order to decide to leave or not. So yes, there will be more dialogue about Duo. There'll be more criticisms about Duo, and Duo will ultimately, in my opinion, become a stronger product for its vision. It's something that basically has no development, in my opinion. Not in this sense, not in the learning capacity. In a tool sense, so now the developers of Anki can focus on making the tool the best thing, not politics and prescription. So if you want to slow Duolingo, if you want to slow Duolingo's development process down, that's what happens. How do you make a competitive product? You slow down. And let's just tie it all together. How do you make a product better? You slow down and listen and wait. It's so ironic that people who want comprehensive and learning and want to get the best of everything and learn a lot don't understand what patience is. Learning requires patience, even for developmental products. When you have a tool, it takes time. If you want a good tool, it still takes time, and practically more time. So how much time are you willing to wait? Well, the internet hustle culture would mean you only have time to wait for like 1 day. So guess what? You just move on to the next tool. So that's a loss for Duo. Why is Duo rushing things? It's largely because they're against a race of time. Ask yourself how patient you are. I'm patient. 35 days and I feel like it's a drop in the bucket. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. That's a good place to stop for the digression. Right? Keep on learning, folks. Real talk though, I wouldn't mind being paid to make Anki stuff after I learn enough Japanese for like different levels. But then I thought to myself, I was like upstairs, like mechanically that's no different than working for Duolingo and keep on constructing different courses. See, this is largely why logic kind of dwarfs my emotional intelligence. When you start thinking about, oh yeah, it would be kind of cool to spend the whole time making different courses in Anki. Like, well, yeah. And then what if I get paid for it? Because doing that doesn't pay the bills, right? And then mechanically, it's like, how do I make it sustainable? It's like, well, yeah, that's also what Duolingo people do too. They constantly just design new courses. And they try different things. So naturally, it still comes full circle. That there are two platforms. They don't do the same things. Their goals are different. And mechanically, in the long run, evaluating a product based on what it isn't, it's lacking so much emotional intelligence and objectivity. Hey, all right, let's try to like complete this one lesson. It's a half day, so I gotta peace out at some point. So I'm actually really liking this new stuff quite a bit because it's talking about like where we live and describing a domicile, right? Hey, so shower ga arimasu. Shower ga arimasu. I have a shower. Okay.
エアコンはありません。
エアコン。エアコン。エアコン。
エアコンはありません。
エアコンはありません。エアコン。Could that be?
エアコン。
Oh. Air conditioning. Oh, the
エアコン。
Ea and then the con. Oh, I like it. Instead of saying air conditioning, air conditioner, eacon is pretty good. I might actually borrow that into my English. Well, I guess in the United States, a lot of people just adopt the phrase AC. So AC is still shorter than eacon. But AC, even central air, is about the same number of syllables. So eacon, central air, eacon, central air, right? Relatively the same amount of mora. So air conditioner. It's been a while since I've heard someone literally said air conditioner, like out loud. Like, hey, do you have an air conditioner? Instead of, do you have an AC? Or not even in AC, do you have AC? Or do you have central air? Since they're both plural and singular, or it doesn't need a modifier, I suppose, a lot of times. No, like subject-verb agreement or object-verb agreement. Anyways, aircon. I like it. Oh, wait, not aircon. Eacon. Eacon.
エアコンはありません。
Eacon wa arimasen. I don't have an air conditioner. And this is kind of a deep cut into Japanese culture, really. But would be something that one would find very interesting if they encountered it in, like an American that said that. It would be a very specific case, and it's worth emphasizing. So I don't have an air conditioner. That's something to talk about in the United States. Right, it would be a point of it would be a topic of discussion for sure when someone brings up I don't have an air conditioner, as opposed to I don't have an air conditioner, and it makes sense. Like, okay, so this, interestingly enough, I think the use case for this particular one, aircon wa arimasen, is probably a lot more frequent and useful of meaning to, ironically, to an English speaker, especially an American English speaker, as opposed to Japanese. At least the impression I was given of Japan. I forgot have, of course.
いいえ、エアコンはありません。
I forgot have. Okay.
いいえ、エアコンはありません。は、
ありません。
ありません。いいえ、エアコンはありません。
Okay. I just make
古
sure.
いシャワーがあります。
古い、wait. Shower. Oh yeah. It takes me a while to look at shower. Shower just looks weird. Okay. Shower ga arimasen. Furui shower ga arimasu. Furui shower ga arimasu. I have an old shower.
本棚が欲しいです。
本棚が欲しいです。Ooh, this is in hiragana. 本棚. A oven.
本棚。
Oh, bookshelf. Oh,
本棚。
Oh, I should have thought about that. Hon. Maybe hon could be, yeah, that's probably, we could probably substitute hon with the kanji. It's probably the same kanji too. Because it looks like it's a coupled word. So it's hon, right? Hon. And then dana. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. So, 本棚が欲しいです。はい。Taking allergies. I want a bookshelf.
この安い本棚はちょっと。この安い本棚はちょっと。この安い本棚はちょっと。
I don't want a cheap bookshelf. Or I don't really like this cheap bookshelf. But that's a little bit telling about like the price being something undesirable. I'm sure that's just a permutation, but the logic would dictate using that whole quality and value system kind of correlation. So you're more likely to say kono yasui hondana wa chotto, right?
新しい本棚が欲しいです。
新しいはNo, 新しい本棚新しい本棚が欲しいです。I want a new bookshelf, right? Gotta start making sure I'm actually reading the kana here.
安い掃除機があります。
So
to G so Sojiki. 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 Sorry. Sojiki.
掃除機
Vacuum cleaner. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit hard to remember. Okay. Sojiki. 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 Okay. Yasui sojiki ga arimasu. I have a cheap vacuum cleaner.
高い掃除機があります
Takai. Oh. Takai sojiki. Sojiki ga arimasu. I have an expensive vacuum cleaner.
広いシャワーがあります。
Hiroi shower ga arimasu. I have a spacious shower. Whoops.
はい掃除機があります
Imagine having a spacious shower. I suppose a tub shower is kind of spacious. I do like the shower things in the way the rooms are set up. And shower rooms are set up from a foreigner's perspective in Japanese households, where like the floor has like a elevated ridge and then the drain is in the floor and whatnot. Or having a spacious shower. Hi. Hi. Sojiki. Sojiki. Yeah. Sojiki ga arimasu. Yes, I have a vacuum shower.
掃除機
Sojiki. You know what this reminds me of? Soul kind of sounds like sucking. And Jiki kind of sounds like machine. Right? Jiki. And not in the English sense. Jiki just kind of reminds me of a machine. So I'm thinking of like a sucking machine. When I hear Sojiki. Sojiki. Jiki. Not that that's relevant to anything regarding kana or anything like that.
新しい掃除機があります
Atarashi sojiki ga arimasu. I have a new vacuum. Starting off light, using a combination of new and old phrases, which are nice.
大きいベッドはありません。
Oki, bringing back Oki. I'm expecting now. What else I'm expecting like Ide and stuff to also. Ooh, Urusai. I'm not sure if Urusai can be brought back in here. I'm kind of curious. I'm actually very curious. We'll see. Oki. Be. Oh, bedu. Yeah, bedo. Right, bedo. Oki bedo wa arimasen. Arimasen. I don't have a big bed. I definitely don't have a big bed. It is literally almost my shoulder width. It's like 10 to 15% my shoulder width. I like sleeping on just big enough. That moment when you're taking antihistamines and does nothing for your allergies. Feels bad, man.
新しいエアコンはありません。
Atarashi Akon. Aircon. Atarashi Aircon. Aircon wa arimasen. I keep forgetting have. Like, what the freak?
ベッドはありません。
Bed wa arimasen. I don't have a bed. Jeez. Get with the program.
エアコンはありません。
I'm rushing.
新しいエアコンはありません。
I don't have a new air conditioner.
エアコンはありません。
Don't have an air conditioner. Three hearts, just like that. I do want to get through this lesson though. Let's do a quick practice. No keyboard entry. It would be a great time to do it, but not necessary. Chikatesu tetsu.
地下鉄。これは山口さんの帽子ですか？
Oops. カバン。
カバン。
これは私のカバンじゃないです。
パスポート。
バス停じゃないです。それは山口さんのパスポートですか？
田中さんの地図はどこですか？ 3はの地図はどこですか？
地下鉄じゃないです。スマホ
田中さんの地図。
いいえ、これは私の切符じゃないです。いいえ。これは？切符じゃないです。いいえ、これは私の切符じゃないです。
すみません。これは山口さんの帽子です。
いいえ。これは私の切符じゃないです。これは私のカバンじゃないです。
Okay, I think we can continue with 3 hearts. 3 hearts is fine. Right? Ever vigilant.
let's go. A table. Buru. Table.
テーブル
Table.
古いテーブルがあります。
古いテーブル。はい。古いテーブルがあります。I have. What the heck? I have an old table. Okay. Chair. Itsu.
椅子
Isu. Okay. Isu. Okay. Isu.
新しいテーブルがあります。
新しいテーブルがあります。With an exclamation mark. I have a new table.
小さい布団があります。
Tone. Wait. Tone. Oh, hey, tone. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. I'll say tone instead, as opposed to a bed. So when someone asks me, do I have a bed? I would probably say yes and no. I have a futon, as opposed to a. I haven't really said it that way, huh?
布団
Futon. I thought it's futon, like futon, as in nakadaka. No, anadaka. A nakadaka instead of nakadaka. I forgot what the two terms are, but I always said it in a futon as opposed to a futon instead of a futon, right? Weird. Okay, so futon. Maybe we'll hear other samples and see what happens. Isai futon ga arimasu. Okay, I have a futon. Futon.
小さい布団があります。
Okay. Almost forgot chisai.
安い布団があります。
I literally have a that's legitimately what I have. Chisai futon ga arimasu.
安い布団があります。
Okay.
安い。布団
Ton ga arimasu.
があります。安い布団があります。
新しい布団があります。
You have a cheap futon. Those are relative words, huh? I think it's kind of expensive, actually. Kind of expensive. I would like it to be cheaper. Atarashi futon ga arimasu. I have a new futon. Ooh. I'm curious if I go around and say I have a new futon, if people would pick it up right away. I don't think so. Futon is really far away from futon. Let alone futon. Futon. I don't think anyone says futon, even though there's ton in it. Huh. Interesting.
多分ベッドを買います。
Habun beto. Habun. What could that mean? Maybe like a raised bed?
多分
Oh, probably. Oh, tabun. Oh, yeah, that's right. Someone already said this before. Probably. Maybe it's suggesting perhaps. I think it was yesterday's dialogue with two other people. Perhaps. Tabun. Tabun. Or maybe 2 days ago. Someone mentioned perhaps. Tabun. So, tabun bedu. Bedo wa kaimasu. Well, I mean, sorry, o kaimasu. Tabun bedo o kaimasu. Maybe. Oh, I see. I'll probably buy a bed. I guess it's implicit here that I'll buy a new bed, but maybe you can buy an old bed. Ooh, sorry. You could technically place at the end too as a different thing to emphasize the possibility as opposed to the act. I'll probably buy a bed. Okay. Tabun.
多分、
大きい布団があります。
大きい布団があります. I can actually say these phrases are pretty decent. I like it. A big futon. 大きい布団があります。布団があります。
電子レンジはありません。
Oh, that's interesting. 電子レンジ。電子レンジはありません。
電子レンジはありません。電子レンジ。
電子レンジ? That's interesting way of... Sounds like electric. Denshi Renji. Half of it is in katakana. And half of it is in hiragana. Probably also kanji for this denshi. That kind of sounds like electric. Denshi. Like Dien. Denshi. Denshi Renji. Renji. Oh, no. Maybe Renji is electric. And Denshi is like oven? Denshi Renji? Electric oven or something? Oh no, well Renji I'm thinking of Raigeki. Raigeki, never mind. We'll move along here. Oh, Denshi Renji wa arimasen. I don't have a microwave.
まだ電子レンジはありません。
まだ電子レンジはありません。
まだ電子レンジはありません。まだ
Still don't have a microwave.
電子レンジはありません。まだ電子レンジはありません。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。No. Don't have a... I still don't have a microwave. Oh wait. No. Just 電子レンジはありません。I dropped the have again. I need to stop dropping the have. I say don't as I'm clicking on the have. Yikes. Semi. Semi is cramped.
狭い。
And then cafe.
カフェ。
futon.
多分
Oh, taboo. Whoops. Taboo. Whoops. I saw the who and I just thought of futon. Norikae.
乗り換え
Of course you would throw in aterarai.
お手洗い
Otearai. Did it again. Otearai.
椅子はありません。
Isu wa. Oh yeah, isu wa arimasen. Isu chair, right?
椅子
Isu wa isu iswa
椅子はありません。
isu wa yeah isu wa arimasen. Okay. I don't have chairs.
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
Mada isu wa arimasen. Don't have. I still don't have chairs.
新しい電子レンジはありません。
Atarashi denren wa arimasen.
新しい電子レンジはありません。
Denshiren. Right.
新しい電子レンジはありません。
Atarashi denshiren wa arimasen. Okay, I don't have a new microwave.
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
I don't have a denshirenji. Yeah, denshirenji wa arimasen. Denshirenji. Okay, actually, hold up. Do I have kanji unlocked? Oh, no new kanji yet? Wait, I guess I didn't see any. Dang it. Alright, let's practice once to get one more heart.
T シャツ
このジャケットはおしゃれですね。
Waifu.
財布
あのドレスは5000円です。
ジャケット。
ジャケット。
ケンさん、ありがとうございます。
ドレスこの黒いコートはいくらですか？
すみません、この黒いドレスはいくらですか？すみません、この黒い
They're cold though, but what?
すみません、この黒いドレスはいくらですか？
Dores. Whoops.
ドレスはいくらですか？
Waifu.
財布 は
1000 yen. 1000
1000
yen ですか？
円ですか？
花さんの傘はいいですね。花さんはの傘
I heard いい
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 です
です
ね。
ね。
花さんの傘はいいですね。花さんの傘はいいですね。
この
この T シャツはかっこいいですね。
T シャツはかっこいい
かっこいい
で
ですす
ね
ね。
田中さんのカバンはいいですね。田中さんは
Oh, actually,
は田中さんのカバンはいいですね。のカバンはい
いですね。
いいですね。
ですね。ありがとうございます。ケンさん。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, wait.
ケン
ケンさん。
ケンさん。
ありがとうございます。Good old allergies. ケンさんの新しい財布は、財布はいいですね。
ケンさんの新しい財布はいいですね。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Okay. We'll probably stop here. Maybe or we can do the personalized practice at least. A desk. Skoe. Skue. Whoops. Skue.
机
Yeah, skue. skue.
まだ机はありません。
まだ机はありません。I don't have a desk. Oh, Mada. Yeah, the allergies are kicking my butt right now. I'm so much more distracted by my runny nose. They so oh. 冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫 Oh, whoops. 冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫が欲しいです。
冷蔵庫が欲しいです。I want a fridge.
いつテレビを買いますか？
いつテレビは買いますか？
いつ
When? What time? Let's see. いつテレビをいつテレビは買いますか？買いますか？いつテレビを買いますか？ When are you going to buy a TV?
明日洗濯機を買います。
明日洗濯機
洗濯機を買います。洗濯機。
洗濯機。
洗濯機。Yeah. Washing machine. Yeah, we're about half and half now. There's some excellent hiragana ones. 明日洗濯機。洗濯機。そう。明日洗濯機を買います。洗濯機。Okay. I am Oh, I'm going to buy a washing machine tomorrow.
大きい洗濯機が欲しいです。
大きい。
大きい。
洗濯機。洗濯機。
洗濯機。
洗濯機。Interesting. 洗濯機。He really accented it. 洗濯機。
が欲しいです。大きい洗濯機が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
いつ本棚を買いますか？
いつ本棚いつ本棚を買いますか？When are you going to buy a bookshelf? 本棚。本棚。
今週ベッドを買います。
今週。That reminds me of 来週 and 毎週。
今週。
This week. 今週。Okay. Oh, 来週。毎週。My. And okay. I see. And 今週 makes sense. So, 今週ベッドを買います。I'm going to buy a bed this week.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
Okay. 今週Wait.
今週新しい
ベッド No, maybe not.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
電子レンジを
買います。今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
電子レンジを買います。
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。Kind of lyrical. 電子レンジを買います。柔道動画土曜日冷蔵庫fridge 冷蔵庫 and then sports
いつ新しい布団を買いますか？
いつ新しい布団いつ新しい布団を買いますか？ Okay. When are you going to buy a new 布団土曜日広い机
skue.
机
Karate. And then ie.
家、
今週エアコンを買います。
Konshu iekon. Yeah. Konshu eakon. Konshu eakon o kaimasu. Eakon. I'm going to buy an air conditioner this week. Konshu.
今週かわいい布団を買います。
Konshu wa kawaii futon o kaimasu. I'm going to buy a cute futon this week.
来週洗濯機を買います。
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 来週洗濯機を買います。I don't want to say 洗濯機。Okay, I could say that. Pretty reliable. 来週洗濯機を買います。Okay. I'm going to buy a 洗濯機 washing machine.
洗濯機。
来週 next week.
まだ机はありません。
まだ机はありません。I still don't have a 机。
机。
Okay, well. Okay, never mind. I can go definitely a little bit longer. And then yeah, so let's try to accomplish this personalized task at least. Or personalized practice.
いいえ、今3時です。
いいえ。今3時です。
2
1時です。
今3時頃です。今、3、2、時、頃です。
Excuse me? Oh, whoops.
3時頃です。
Double particles. My bad. Oh, goro. Whoops.
2時2時
はい、2時です。
1時です。1時です。
はい、2時です。
今1時頃です。今、1時頃です。
1時です。
はい、1時です。
1時
What? Do they want the counter or do they not want the counter?
じ
Oh, no. Oh, right. It would say 1 o'clock if that's the case. Never mind.
1時頃です。
2時
I don't even want to talk about it.
2
今3時頃です。今3時頃です。
3時頃です。
Okay. Let's do one more, just in case, I suppose. I don't want to stop.
サンドイ
それは私の朝ごはんですか？
Oh, I breakfast? Okay.
8
8時に晩ご飯を食べます。
朝ご
7時に朝ごはんを食べます。
10
8時にテレビを見ます。
はい、11時に昼ご飯を食べます。はい。11時に昼ご飯を食べます。
よくパンを食べますか？
時々寿司を食べます。時々寿司を食べます。
田中さんは11時にをコーヒーを飲みます。
中山さんは11時にサンドイッチを食べます。中山さんは11時に
kind of heard
弁当
no
中山さんは11時にサンドイッチを食べます。サンドイッチを食べます。
10時に昼ご飯を食べます。
7時にパンを食べます。
パンはおいしいです。
Alright, I think 4 is pretty good enough. Let's go.
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。I don't have a 電子レンジ。
新しいエアコンはありません。
新しいno、いや、新しいイヤコン イヤコンはありません。
エアコンはありません。
エアコンはありません。
まだ机はありません。
また机、また机ありません。はありません。また机はありません。I don't have a desk. I still don't have a desk. キッチン。
キッチン。
ナオミさんも明日引っ越します。ナオミさんも引っ越します。ナオミさんも明日引っ越します。
明日。引っ越します。
ナオミさんも明日引っ越します。
狭い。
この明るいリビングはいいですね。この明るいリビングはいいですね。この
リビングリビング Forgot about the goo. このリビングは
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
いいですね。Excuse me? Oh. 軽い。Oh, I didn't have a attributor. Said mine. Oh, no. 広い。Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. 広い。
私も来週引っ越します。私も来週私も来週引っ越します。
引っ越します。I'm also moving next week. I'm also going to move. Okay, sure. And then this is 冷蔵庫。whoops. 冷蔵庫。
まだその古いアパートに住んでいますか？まだアパート？まだその古いアパートに住んでいますか？
その古いアパート。アパート。ありますか？ Wait.
まだその古いアパートに住んでいますか？
に住んでいますか？ Oh!
住んでいます。
Interesting. Totally forgot about that. Oh, yeah, that's a good phrase. Again. So, またこの古いアパートに住んでいます。I'm still living in that old apartment. Oh, do you? Oh, crap. It's a question.
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
Okay.
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
Okay.
この明るいリビングはいいですね。明るいリビングはいいですね。 ですね。この明るいリビングはいいですね。
This is a well-lit room, isn't it? This well-lit room is nice, isn't it?
まだその古いアパートに住んでいますか？
Okay.
まだ
まだ
その古い
アパートに
住んでいますか？まだその古いアパートに住んでいますか？
You still live in that old apartment? That's a good question. まだこのまたその古いアパートに住んでいますか？Oh boy. Guess let's see how these personalized practice goes. We have 日曜日ヨガ来週いつもand 明日 Oh, really?
日曜日は一人で本を読みます。
Okay. 日曜日は一人でOkay. 友達とヨガをしますか？
明日何時にゲームをしますか？
Okay. 明日何時に
ゲ
ゲーム
をしますか？明日何時にゲームをしますか？
Okay.
花さん
明日ヨガを
しますか？
日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。日曜日は兄と日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。動画を見ます。日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。
家族とよく家族とヨガをします。
よく家族と
よく家族とヨガをします。
花さん、明日ヨガをしますか？
明日ヨガをしますか？日曜日兄と動画を見ます。
動画を見ます。
来週ゲームをしますか？
来週ゲームをしますか？Okay.
明日、山口さんと
柔道をします。
いつも9時半に起きます。
いつも is the thing I forgot. Start of the session. いつも8時半に起きます。I always get up at oh no, 9時半 9:30 yeah.
来週ゲームをしますか？
いつも7時半にヨガをします。いつも2時半にいつも7時半にヨガをします。7時ヨガをします。いつも7時半にヨガをします。いつも7時半にヨガをします。
Okay.
来週友達とコーヒーを飲みますか
？Obviously breakfast at 7 o'clock. 7時7時に朝ごはんを食べます。
7時に
いつも7時に朝ごはんを
食べます。
God, my error rate is really high today. Okay.
店
このコートはダサいです。
ダサい。
400円です。
スカート
新しいスカートが欲しいです。
青い帽子はちょっと。青い帽子はちょっと。
このコートは素敵ですね。
花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。花さんの
青い カバン
カバンはちょっと。花さんの青いカバンはちょっと。
That's not nice. Oh, necktie.
新しい。ジャケット。
Whoops.
ジャケット。
Just kidding.
ネクタイ
Necktie.
が欲しいです。
私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。私の服は私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
Oh, おしゃれ。
おしゃれじゃないです。
このコートは素敵ですね。
山口さんの服はかっこいいです。山口さんの服はかっこいいです。山口さんの服はかっこいいです。
この店はいいですね。
I want Hana's necktie. Hana-san no necktie が欲しいです。
花さんのネクタイが欲しいです。
すみません。
すみません。
これは
100円ですか？100円ですか？Alright, let's do one more. Gotta boost it up to 4. Not feeling really consistent today. Clean, きれい。
きれい。
静かです。
Not quiet. This. Whoops. 静か。
静か。
すみません。大阪に住んでいますか
Wait. Wait. Oh, Osaka. Wow. I haven't seen Osaka in a long time. Osaka に住んでいますか？
花さんは小さい町に住んでいます。花さんは小さい町に住んでいます。さんは花さんは小さい町に住んでいます。小さい町に住んでいます。花さんは小さい町に住んでいます。
こんにちは。お名前は？
田中さん、出身はどこですか？さんは出身出身田中さん、出身はどこですか？は出身はどこですか？
その町はとても綺麗です。
その町はとても綺麗です。OK。その町は友達ととてもその町はとても綺麗です。
花さん、京都は静かですか？花さん
よwait 京都
京都は
は
花さん、京都は静かですか？
静かですか？
静かですか？
出身はどこですか？
すみません、ブラジル出身ですか？すみません。ブラジル出身ですか？すみません、ブラジル出身ですか？
田中さんは
Wait, does that actually work?
その
yeah.
町に
住んでます。
住んでいます。
お名前は？
Okay.
お名前は？
お名前はすみません。お名前は
私も大阪に住んでいます。
私も大
大
阪
阪
に
に住んでいます。大阪に住んでいます。
静かです。
静かです。Okay. Alright, let's keep going. 古い、作ります。少し、no. The particle, no. このお茶、このお茶は少し小さいですね。少し小さいですね。
このお茶は少し
小さい
ですね。
よく日本の恋愛ドラマを見ます。
よく日本の恋愛ドラマを見ます。I often watch Japanese romance dramas.
毎日イギリスのドラマを見ます。毎日
イギリス
の
ドラマ
を見ます。
12時半ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。
12時半ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。I make 昼ご飯 around 12時半とても古いです。
とても古いです。
毎日8時半ごろ朝ごはんを作ります。
I make 朝ごはん 8時半頃8時半 every day 毎日カナダのアクション映画を見ますか？カナダのアクション映画を見ますか？
カナダのアクション映画を見ますか？
時々4時にドラマを見ます。
時々4時
Oh, actually, it's around 4時頃ドラマを見ます。時々4時頃ドラマを見ます。3時頃晩ご飯を作ります。
3時ごろ晩ご飯を作ります。
それは古いです。
これは古いです。
このカバンとても古いです。
この
カバンはとても古いです。少し高いですね。Oh, hey, here they are. So, what are the so these are the kanji that I don't have. Takai. Takai. No kanji for Takai. And Skoshi. Yeah, so Skoshi and Takai. They show up. They're not cataloged. Okay.
少し高いですね。
Yeah, literally both of them are used here. Goshi takai desu ne. このピッツァは少し高いですね。And then now they're gone again.
このピザは少し高いですね。
毎日5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。So, 毎日5時頃晩ご飯を作ります。
毎日5時ごろ晩ご飯を作ります。
10時
10時頃、昼ご飯を作ります。
10時ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。
Now one more.
ダニエルさん、趣味はありますか？
ダニエル。
ダニエル ?3 ダニエルさん、趣味はありますか？
趣味はありますか？
ありますか？
Do you have any hobbies? 8。
8。
晩ご飯。Am I doing?
晩ご飯。
大きい。
大きい。
パン。
パン。
and 息子。
息子。
エリカさんも柔道をします。エリカさんも
柔道
をします。エリカさんも柔道をします。
1000。ニュース。妻。6。きれい。
じゃあお茶を3つください。
じゃあお茶を3つ。お茶を3つ。3つください。3つ。3。お茶ください。100。8。12。
ニュース。
そば。
ラジオを聞きますか？
Wait, I heard right? There's no way I heard right.
ラジオを聞きますか？
ラジオ。ラジオ。を
聞きますか？ラジオを聞きますか？
Okay.
すみません。
乗り換えはここじゃないです。
乗り換えはここじゃないです。
ホームは1階ですか？
ホームは1階ですか？Are the platforms on the first floor? Udon, teshoku, right? Yeah, teshoku. Udon teshokuを2つください。うどん定食を2つください。
この傘も古いです。
この傘も古いです。This old umbrella this umbrella is old. Is also old. This umbrella also is old. Oh my gosh. I guess it matters. Fair enough. こんにちは。
こんにちは。
Oh, this is the calling? So, Tanaka Ken-san といいです。いいでま、いいます。言います。So,
田中健
Oh, actually, no honorifics.
と言います。
と言います。
この傘も古いです。
This umbrella is also old. Okay. Okay, let's do half. Let's do half. Because we have change of plans. Like change of plans. So let's get the new, even more vocab.
来週引っ越します。
Or maybe not.
来週
go? Wait.
来週引っ越します。
Go します Oh, 引っ越します That's moving. 来週引っ越します。
新しい家はどうですか？
新しい家、新しい家は Oh my gosh. It's going to be a tough time picking that up. 新しい家はno, どうですか Wait. 新しい家はどうですか Man. How's the new house? I said, I clicked on now. How's the new house?
まだ東京に住んでいます。
Okay.
まだ
東京に住んでいます。
住んでいます。まだ東京に住んでいます。
I still live in Tokyo. Oh, okay. Spacious. Hiroi. Yeah, 広いアパートが欲しいです。
広いアパートが欲しいです。明日引っ越します。
明日引っ越します。Okay. I'm going to move tomorrow. またアパートに住んでいます。
まだ
アパートに住んでいます。
新しいアパートはどこですか？
新しいアパートはどうですかOh, どこですか Whoops, I misread that. 新しいアパートはどこですか Where is the new apartment?
アパートは古いですか？アパートは古いですか？
広いアパートが欲しいです。
広いアパートが欲しいです。I want a spacious apartment.
私も来週引っ越します。
私も来週
私も来週引っ越します。
引っ越します。
私も来週引っ越します。
I'm also going to move tomorrow or next week.
引っ越します。
引っ越します。
I'm going to move.
まだ古い家に住んでいます。まだ古い家。まだ古い家に住んでいます。まだ古い家に住んでいます。
Oh man, it's gonna be hard to hear. Yeah.
まだ古い家に住んでいます。
Or, yeah. Oh no, it's not. Oh, I missed a ni. Oh, it's nisundeimasu. Whoops. Man. Okay. So, sono ie. Right. Sono ie wa hiroi. Sorry, hiroi. Hey, sono ie wa hiroi desu ne.
その家は広い
ですね。
ですね。
家。階段。落ちて。Oh no, karate. Wait, karate. Yeah, I wish this was the different, like less long.
Karate,
right? Like this is kind of too long. Otearai.
Yoga.
The new apartment is spacious. Atarashi apato wa hiroi desu.
新しいアパートは広いです。
テニス。スポーツ。広い。カフェ。and 遠い。far. まだトロントに住んでいますか？トロント。まだトロントに住んでいますか？
まだ古い家に住んでいます。まだ古い家に住んでいます。家に住んでいます。まだ古い家に住んでいます。
That's why I couldn't hear it. It kind of sounds like yen. 家に。
まだ古い家に住んでいます。
Yeah. Kind of blends together. We could do or die and double it. Let's do or die or double it, right? We'll run until our hearts run out. Fair enough.
リビングがあります。
What is it? Reading. No. リビング
があります。リビングがあります。リビングがあります。
Okay. I have a living room. Cramped. Semi. Semi apato desu. Or semi apato があります。
狭いアパートがあります。
狭いアパートがあります。
広いキッチンがあります。
広いキッチン
があります。広いキッチンがあります。
キッチンがあります。
キッチンがありますがあります。キッチン。キッチンがあります。
狭いリビングがあります。
狭いリビングがあります。
狭いリビングがあります。狭いリビングがあります。
狭いリビングがあります。
キッチンは狭いです。
キッチンは狭いです。The kitchen is cramped.
リビングはどうですか？
リビングはどうですか？
リビングはどうですか？リビングはどうですか？
狭いアパートがあります。
狭いアパートがあります。I have a 狭い I have a 狭いアパート。
この明るいリビングはいいですね。この
I heard like what?
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
Oh, 明るいリビング
はいいです。ね。この明るいリビングはいいですね。
明るい this well living room is nice, isn't it? Okay. 出口 出口 sorry 出口出口 is exit.
出口
Yeah, 出口. That's one that I haven't used in a long while. 出口. 階段. 家. 光. 光 is close. 近い. Whoops. 近い. I said 光. 近い. And then kitchen.
キッチン。
広いキッチンが欲しいです。
広い机キッチンが欲しいです。
柔道土曜日乗り換え whoops 家狭いただしアパートは明るいです。
新しいアパートは明るいです。
この狭いリビングはちょっと
この狭いリビングはちょっと Okay. I don't really like this cramped living room. Apartment is well lit. アパートは明るいです。
テーブルアパートは明るいです。
とても、とても、とても明るい、明るいです。
とても
とても
明るいです。
This house is well lit, isn't it? 家は、この家は明るいですね。
この家は明るいですね。
I guess we'll keep going.
高い掃除機があります。
高い
高い掃除機があります。
掃除機あります。
高い掃除機があります。
掃除機掃除機高い掃除機があります。
高い掃除機があります。
高い掃除機があります。掃除機。Vacuum cleaner, that's right. 掃除機。狭いシャワーがあります。
狭い
シャワー
があります。
新しい掃除機があります。新しい
掃除機
があります。新しい掃除機があります。
新しい掃除機が掃除機があります。新しい掃除機があります。
新しい掃除機があります。
小さい掃除機があります。
小さい掃除機があります。Okay. Being a little quicker. I have a small cleaner.
はい、掃除機があります。家。はい。
掃除機。
はい、掃除機があります。
掃除機
があります。はい、掃除機があります。
本棚が欲しいです。
本棚が欲しいです。本棚が欲しいです。I want a bookshelf.
大きいベッドはありません。
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 Okay.
大きい
ベッド。
アパート、ベッドはありません。大きいベッドはありません。
広いシャワーがあります。
広いシャワーがあります。I have a 広い spacious shower. 新しい本棚。新しい本棚が欲しいです。
新しい
本棚
が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
シャワーがあります。
シャワーがあります。シャワーがあります。I don't have an air conditioner. Oh, this is probably the first time I had a negation as the English. Or maybe a few times. This is rare. Aircon. Aircon. Aircon はありません。エアコン。
エアコン
エアコンは
ありません。
ありません。
この大きい本棚はいいですね。この大きいこの大きい本棚はいいですね。
本棚はいいですね。
ですね。
この大きい本棚はいいですね。
この大きい本棚はいいですね。
まだエアコン、アイコン、or aircon. Kind of sounds like acorn. An acorn. Okay. まだエアコンはまだエアコンはありません。
まだエアコン
はありません。
ありません。
まだベッドはありません。
まだベッドはありません。I still don't have a bed. Yikes. I don't have a big bed. 大きいベッドはありません。
大きい
ベッドは
ありません。
ありません。Don't have a new air conditioner. 新しいエアコン。新しいエアコンはありません。
新しい
エアコンはありません。
ありません。
Duolingo hacks, there's always 4 words left for sentences? That's a fair point. That's a point. いえ、まだエアコンはありません。It's really drilling those sounds in, that's for sure. Tomorrow I'll definitely see definitely feel more comfortable. いえ、まだエアコン。いえ、まだエアコンはありません。
まだエアコン
はありません。
ありません。
Does Duolingo teach the kanji for arimasu? I have no idea yet. I would say yes. They probably do. Arimasu is one of the fundamental predicates. I doubt they wouldn't introduce the kanji. Their kanji are 1315, 1350. If arimasu is not among the group, then it's kind of weird. It's kind of vestigial. Vestigial. What do you mean? Arimasu is vestigial? I don't think so. Ooh. Are you using vestigial as... Oh, you learned it in other words. What? Vestigial. I hope... That's an interesting use of vestigial. That is a very interesting way of using vestigial. I'm kind of curious if I've ever... I don't know if there are other... Okay. I'm not sure. You may... What about you may? Dream? I mean, sorry, not famous. Sorry, you may. Famous. Or that's... Okay. You is the same kanji as arimasu. Oh, okay. I don't have Yumei's kanji as well. So thanks, I guess. I don't have the Yumei kanji as well. I don't have a U kanji in period.
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
いいえ。
いいえ。
電子レンジはありません。いいえ、電子レンジはありません。
電子レンジはありません。古い、oh no。古い、テーブル。there it is. テーブル。古いテーブルがありません。あります。Sorry, あります。I have a table. I have one. So, 古いテーブル
があります。
古いテーブルがあります。
はい、布団があります。
はい、布団があります。
はい。
はい。
布団があり
ます。
はい、布団があります。
Now a small futon. 小さい布団があります。Being a little more comfortable with feeling like the ga is coming out. 小さい布団があります。
古いテーブルがあります。
古い。I heard a modifier. 古い。Oh, so 古い
テーブルがあります。古いテーブルがあります。
古いテーブルがあります。
はい、テーブルがあります。
はい、テーブルがあります。Yeah, lots of the using the God particle is nice. Makes it less uncomfortable. Yes, I have a table.
電子レンジはありません。
There was a time when I didn't even have a table. 電子レンジ、電子レンジ、電子レンジはありません。
電子レンジはありません。
電子レンジは
ありません。電子レンジはありません。
電子レンジはありません。
小さい布団があります。
小さい布団があります。小さい布団があります。small 布団。
多分新しい掃除機を買います。
多分
新しい掃除機を買います。
多分新しい
掃除機を買います。
掃除機を買います。多分新しい掃除機を買います。
多分新しい掃除機を買います。
多分新しい掃除機を買います。Yeah, suck machine. Yeah, suck machine. 掃除機。That's kind of what I deduced from what it sounded like. It sounds like suck machine.
多分エアコンを買います。
多分エアコン。多分エアコンを買います。
まだ椅子はありません。
まだ椅子は、wait. Did I hear 椅子? Oh, I did hear 椅子。椅子は、まだ椅子は、
まだ椅子はありません。まだ椅子はありません。
まだ椅子はありません。
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
Chairs 椅子 chairs いいえまだ椅子はありません。Yeah, same thing. I don't have chairs. I still don't have chairs. 乗り換え広い電話多分パスタ
高い電子レンジはありません。
高い電子レンジはありません。高い電子レンジはありません。I don't have an expensive microwave. I keep omitting the half, I swear. Dude, I don't have a new microwave. I think today I've missed 5 halves. I don't have a new microwave. It's probably because when I see Japanese, don't have is one phrase as opposed to 2 English words. So whenever I say I don't, I skip have. 新しい電子レンジはありません。
新しい電子レンジは すみません。
Oh.
ありません。
新しいレンジはありません。椅子。そう。まだ椅子はありません。
まだ椅子は
ありません。
ありません。
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
いいえ、まだ椅子はありません。
高い電子レンジはありません。
Lots of excellent repetition of the vocab opportunities. 高い電子レンジはありません。I don't have an expensive microwave. Okay. I guess we can try to go for our 12 today. Do or die. You know, let's not try to forget half. I want a fridge. Fridge. Renzoku. Reizoko. Whoops. It's not N. Reizoko. Right. Okay. Reizoko. が欲しいです。冷蔵庫が欲しいです。
欲しいです。
欲しいです。
明日洗濯機を買います。明日洗濯機。明日洗濯機を買います。
明日洗濯機を買います。
明日洗濯機を買います。
明日洗濯機を買います。明日洗濯機を買います。明日洗濯機を買います。Washing machine. Okay. 今週かわいい布団を買います。
今週かわいい
布団を買います。
いつテレビを買いますか？
The word for fridge is wild, literally like cold storage. Fair enough.
いつテレビを買いますか？
いつ
テレビを買いますか？いつテレビを
買います。
買います。いつテレビを買いますか？
買いますか？いつテレビを買いますか？When いつ When I'm going to buy a bed this week. Okay. 今週ベッドを買います。
Hey, Asterix. Some Japanese read it Sentaki. Yeah. I read it as Sentaki too. Yeah. I read it as Sentaki too. I try to. And then occasionally I add the ooh, yeah. So I agree with you, Asterix. I started reading it as Sentaki. Yeah. Taki. Yeah. It kind of sucks. It really does suck. Sentaki. I do shorten the U's quite a lot just to make it kind of like Yakuza. I say Yakuza quite a lot as opposed to Yakuza. Yakuza. In Yakuza. Because of a video game, I play the Like a Dragon series quite a lot. There's a lot of Yakuza. The use of the word Yakuza. Not that Yakuza is as difficult as Sentakuki. Okay, you keep the U for stuff like isu if it's fully voweled in Chinese. Oh, that's a fair point. My use, I say isu. I say isu when it's standing alone, but I don't say isu when it's not standing alone. Kind of like kazoku. Kazoku, like a lot of times kazoku is with family, so oftentimes I say kazuto. Kazuto. So where the ku kind of gets lost, but I do that quite a lot. And just like instead of saying like tenisu, I say tenisu standing alone, but when you say like tenisuo, right, it's teniso. Pretty much all the U's get lopped off in a sense for me personally. Sometimes on occasion, if it's in the middle of a sentence, I might emphasize it sometimes. It goes back and forth, but usually it gets lopped off a bit. Yeah, the transliteration of you, yeah. It's something that it's not because of Duo. It's not because of Duo that this happened. Most of the media, like the video games and the anime and the manga, is of a specific dialect, and that dialect, you know, like the Kanto, the standard Tokyo dialect, have lots of speakers in these things that tend to lop off U's, and I become so accustomed to it. Yeah, I have heard other like dialectic changes that does have sound pretty cool with U's and stuff, but mostly lopped off transliteration U's. I'm going to buy a bed this week. Okay, I've done way more than I expected. Today was going to be a half day. Wednesdays are half days. However, it was a momentary change of scheduling, so got some extra practice in. Just don't turn Janai to Janae if you heard it in a video game. I don't think I've heard Janae. I don't hear of Janai too much in general. Yakuza accent. I don't think I've heard Janae at all. It kind of reminds me of Shine as well. That's the closest thing to Janae, but that's a whole different thing. They turn Nai to Nei. I see. Yeah, probably writing, probably more of a Yakuza specific, contextualized, like yeah. Oh, it's a Hiroshima. Oh, Hiroshima dialect. Actually, oh, I didn't hear it. I still didn't hear it. So in Like a Dragon 6, or Yakuza 6, it takes place in Hiroshima. And I'm not sure if I heard Janae. I'm not sure, actually. That would be a fun revisit if I revisit it. They took Onomichi. It took place in Hiroshima. Interesting. Yeah. There is a very noticeable change. I don't know what it is, but the Kansai dialect has this very audible sound that they keep making, and I can't quite narrow it down what the sound is, but you can hear it so repeatedly in the characters. Like the character that's from the Kansai region, you can hear it. It just feels Kansai, and I don't know exactly. I couldn't pinpoint what sound keeps showing up, but you can definitely tell when you're listening after you spend so long like in Tokyo with the Kanto accent, right, the dialect, and then suddenly you put a Kansai person into a group of Kanto people, you can pick out the Kansai people. You will hear it a lot more in game. Nai is the negative of the colloquial. Yes, I'm aware of that. And kaimasen, kaimas, kau, and kawanai. Yeah, kawanai. Actually, there's also, I know you're probably gonna say this at some point because you like your history lessons. I also know the history of wa, we, all the W's, because it's a fun little trivia regarding the disappearance of the W. But when kawanai is one of the few left. Yeah, wa, ha, etc. Yep. And then also Asterix mentioned this too. Asterix, the first time we met, like the last traveling back the first time, you mentioned about the O. And that's also the thing too. The wo instead of the o, that's also disappearing for contemporary learners. So generally most of these contemporary, if someone's learning Japanese as a second language, they often no longer use the woes anymore as well. But you can still find them obviously in Japan. Well, kau just becomes kawa in the stem. Yeah. But that's one of the few examples of existing was left in a word or in a stem in general. There are fewer and fewer of those. Historically, no. One of the relics of if you want, if you don't want, but generally, yeah. Chinu is the only verb ending in nu. True. I also know that one too. Yeah, there are some really interesting things about the Japanese language that parallels English in a way. Yeah, English has some examples of all these things where specific vowel sounds disappear. Or not vowel sounds. Specific sounds are being removed from words consistently. One is L in specific places in English words. L's are gone. And R's, like rolling R's, are kind of disappearing from specific areas in English. Very, very consistently. Even though they're still written. So like a lot of times they're still written, but you don't sound them anymore. After French destroyed the S. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of fun. I really enjoy historical reasons behind it. It kind of makes you remember these things. But yeah, fascinating. Yeah. I'm not gonna even try. I mean, there's also some words in English right now that still is very specific English words, but hard to explain. Like esophageal or esophagus. You know, your throat. Esophagus. Is it oesophagus or esophagus? Do you still pronounce the O in some cases? But I say esophagus. I don't say oesophagus, which is quite literally spelled with an O, oesophagus. And that there's kind of, I can think of 2 or 3 more three more places where that. You mean 2 O's? Just putting the E in front of esophagus. So you can spell it, right? This. Versus just omitting the O. The O is dropped. Or added. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Esophagus. Yep. There are plenty of examples of that. And in English, in American English, these are gone. Even though in science, I would see this come up every once in a while. Esophageal, for example. Of the characteristic of the throat. There are other examples I'm sure you can find in an encyclopedia. Fun times. And then you have the weird ones like the diphthongs. Great vowel shift. Yeah, it sounds nice. So when I say esophageal, right? It's the same thing with Japanese. You can't help but hear it sometimes when you hear it a lot. So where if you can't hear the wo, right? But if you said it enough, the wo, you can probably still hear it after someone says oh. And when someone says esophageal, I hear the esophageal. The O is there, but that person didn't actually say it anymore. Learn Arabic, never worry about vowels. Maybe like in another 5 years. Anyways, let's finish this up. Unless I make another mistake. I only have one mistake though. I'm going to buy a bed this week. So,今週ベッドを買います. Doing Hebrew from a book, it's like 70 pages of Sandy rules. Sounds like you are on your way, Hideyoshi. Do you do that for a living, or like what keeps you going? What's your fascination with linguistics? Have you been applying it to something that's giving you more resources? Like, what is your background and your motivation in doing so many extracurricular language seeking? You have a math degree? You're talking to the wrong person here. I don't think that has any bearing on your motivations on doing things. My degree, my PhD is in biology. What am I doing right now? Just saying. I understand, but that's not the question. The question is, what are you doing with all of that motivation? Are you interested in starting something, creating something? Do you have some sort of pragmatic outlook to your enthusiasm for language? I imagine the way you word it, it's not your math degree that's motivating you. I suppose. I haven't asked you. That's why. I haven't asked you these questions. Feel free not, you don't have to answer if it's too personal. I'm just genuinely curious because it seems like your enthusiasm has no limits. Even when it's on deaf ear, it's still you're incredibly enthusiastic, and I'm very piqued at how you're applying your enthusiasm. You don't know, you do all kinds of weird things. Weird things are nice. It makes you stand out. You have any marketable traits that you want to turn into something that can be actualized, right? Maybe reach out, demonstrate some of these weird things. I do have a lot of particular behavioral quirks, but you can also choose not to do anything pragmatic with it. I can definitely resonate with that. Just curious, because you do have a lot of enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is great for something marketable, perhaps. Okay, so, 今週ベッド
を買います。
多分 This is the one that I don't use very often, or they don't use very often. 出口 Okay. 明日空手 and 机
まだ机はありません。
まだ机はありません。まだまた机
はありません。
また机はありません。冷蔵庫the fridge. That's gonna be a tough one for tomorrow when I'm gonna total recall. 冷蔵庫 is gonna be a rough one. テニスカフェOh, of course you would throw this in. Elevator. And going up. Elevator going up. Elevator. Sure. And then Kaidan. Just throwing Kaidan all the time.
いつ本棚を買いますか?
Oh, Kaidan reminds me of Gaidan. or Gidan. Gidan. Chicken egg. You know, a chicken egg. Gaidan. Gaidan. Anyways.
いつ本棚を買いますか?
いつ本棚を買います。
いつ本棚を買いますか?
Oh, Whoops. いつ本棚を買いますか? いつ本棚を買いますか?
新しい机が欲しいです。
新しい机新しい机が欲しいです。 Atarashi skue ga hoshii desu. I want a air washing desk. Sorry, I'm having a little fun here. Air washing desk. I want a new desk. Skue. Oh no wait.
机
Yeah, skue. Yeah. For a moment there, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay.
いつ新しい布団を買いますか？
Okay.
いつ
Itsu. I heard itsu atarashi futon wa. Oops. Oh. Sorry. Oh. Oh.
買います。いつ新しい布団を買いますか？
Ka.
か
So. Itsu atarashi futon o kaimasu ka? Okay.
今週新しい電子レンジを買います。
Ooh, that sounded very melodic. I really like denshi renji. Denshi renji. Denshi renji. It's so melodic. Anyways, okay. So, konshu atarashi denshi renji o kaimasu. Konshu atarashi denshi renji o kaimasu. Denshi renji o kaimasu. Okay. I'm going to buy a new denshi renji. Konshu. Chichiji ni atarashi Suki don't know what that is. Chichiji ni atarashi denshi renji. Oh, you're just stacking vowels? I see. Oh, that's how you say denji renji. With a... Oh, atarashi, sorry. Well, atarashi, right? Atarashi, then denji renji. Okay. I see a kana that kind of reminds me of a ski. So the second kanji, sorry. The second kanji of denji renji reminds me of yesterday when someone when we were when Asterix and Indy were talking about ski. Yeah. Ski. Second, the right kanji. Child. Interesting. Standing alone. Let's see. I think I still remember how to write it. Denshi, child of electricity. Oh, I see. Yeah, let me see if I can do it from memory. There's one that is available, but it's not. They're cutting the corner, so we were talking about the stroke order, right? And then that one was 3 strokes. So ski. Not taught yet. Duolingo has not been taught yet. Not been taught about ski. Just something I remember because people like to share. It's the hao and ni hao. Oh, that's why you know it? No, I don't know any Mandarin, unfortunately. Yeah, no Mandarin whatsoever. I haven't ever even seen ni hao in any way. So it's the same character in Hao. Ni Hao. Interesting. Maybe I'll recognize it in the future though. When we get to Mandarin, I'll keep that in mind. That it's shared. All those vanity bags they sell at stores with every language on them. Can't relate. I don't know. I don't know. Fujonese is the basis of everything. Speaking Fujonese is the basis of everything. Ni hao. Right? Ni hao. Yeah. Oh, when they translate all of them? Okay. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yeah. Bienvenidos. Ni hao. Or ni hao. Well, when are you going to buy a bookshelf? Let's see. Itsu hondana o kaimasu ka? Itsu hondana o kaimasu ka?
この新しい洗濯機はいいですね。
この新しいoh yeah, the suck machine. 洗濯
この新しい洗濯機はいいですね。
洗濯機はいいですね。
洗濯機。
No, washing machine. Not the suck machine. The suck machine is like so oh my gosh, too many vocabularies. Sojiki is the suck machine. And then we have sentaki. So この新しい洗濯機はいいですね。It kind of sounds like center, like a center kiosk or a center key. Gonna go take care of Asterix. Thanks. Have a wonderful day. Good luck. This new washing machine is nice, isn't it? I don't really like this expensive fridge. Fridge is冷蔵庫。そう。この冷蔵庫はちょっと。Oh, well, there you have it. We were close, but we were too complacent. I forgot for expensive. I've got takai. Got to use the word takai. Inexpensive. All right. That's more than we planned for today. I went way longer on my half day. I should have kind of rested. The allergy symptoms are kind of going away. Not bad. Very nice. I guess we didn't get any kanji. Dang it. Wait, we're on unit 3, right? Yeah. We still haven't encountered any kanji. Tomorrow we'll definitely encounter kanji, right? Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's gotta be one of these. These are reviews. So the last two groups are generally reviews. This one will be ascribed to, so it's generally the first 3 two. Generally, the first two is a set of vocab. Then the next two after a review cue. Oh, actually, this is two. This was practice. So personalized practice doesn't count. The two first units introduce a set of vocab. Then the next two introduces another set of vocab. And then this is a review of them stacked. And then this is a review with them stacked. And then you have two personalized practices. So we'll definitely get our kanji tomorrow so we can write more kanji. Exciting. Very exciting. And of course, just to give an idea, again, now I'm writing kana every 2 or 3 days. So I do write all my kana out again every 2 or 3 days. And every evening, I actually read or reread a chapter about grammar to go to bed. I actually read into my sleep. It's kind of nice reading grammar into my sleep. So I'll talk about that after we complete section 2 or reach day 60, about my routine when it comes to reading grammar. Right now I'm sleeping to historical facts and interesting things about verb tenses and verb conjugations before bed. Kind of very cathartic. Taking advantage of how reading makes me kind of sleepy over time. So just a little side activity to share with everyone. All right, folks, that's a wrap for day 35. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Always feel free to bring stories, discuss, share your opinions, maybe share a little bit about your life. I know it's a mundane routine and you're just living your life on your own. And it's not as exciting to you, but hey, be motivated to tell an interesting story about your life to a stranger or to someone who's willing to listen. It's actually incredibly cathartic and liberating. Know that there is some sort of stranger out there who is piqued by even the most mundane activities of your life. People from different types of worlds, different types of cultures, right? Find that somebody and connect with them. It can breathe an exchange of ideas and also impart a greater value to your life if you're not introducing novelty into your life manually. Like for me, I introduce something new every single day to my life, be it a small little change here and there, but they're not permanent changes. Just shake up life. Try not to get bored of life, right? Boredom is a mood sucker. It sucks harder than vacuum cleaners. All right? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that proactive excitement. If not for yourself, for someone else who can give you some affirmation about how interesting your life is. And until then, mata ashita. じゃあね。